You're lucky, Stewie. I warmed my hands up first, so it wasn't uncomfortable. Surf said, already did. It's easy without clothes to inspect his equipment. Oh. Oh, Elmo changed his avatar bloke again. I've got no idea who that is. Anyone in the peanut gallery? I warmed my hands up first, so it wasn't uncomfortable.
I forgot that. Shit.
Who hasn't muted the YouTube?
Me.
Looks like a young.
Me.
Looks like a young Robin Williams.
Me. Okay. Oh, okay. So, a couple of stories that we know of is that some guy might be coming back. The argument's still going between Bev and Riley and Sly and whoever else is in the entanglement of that web of whatever. What else have we got? I don't know. Riley put out a minute something. Swing ball is not a curved trajectory apparently. And I've got another hour and 3 minute video we'll zip through. Original vid. What's this? Two little fish. I thought you said that was the one you give me, Eric DeBay. How everything works on the Flat Earth by Eric DeBay. It's called Two Little Fish.
What about it?
The Two Little Fish is the name of the channel. The link you gave me.
Oh, it was just an Eric DeBay video, Terry.
But Two Little Fish is the name of the channel.
Well,
I don't know what that means.
Possibly.
I don't know. Okay. Anybody else got any news from Derpland over the last few days? Nothing?
Not really.
No?
It's been a little quiet, I think.
Okay. And I suppose being over the weekend, no one's got anything bought or progressed in any experiments they're doing or acquired any components for what they're doing or research for any experiments they're doing. Hint, hint, Blue.
Oh, my experiments, Terry, were alcohol related.
You didn't experiment with alcohol.
Oh, a bit more than normal.
Look, there's Finchie's dog that he just forgets about and says, "Oh, I'll look for him in the morning."
He's in the car.
No, a couple of weeks ago.
But he's been in the car a couple of weeks.
No, he couldn't find the dog a couple of weeks ago, and I'll look for him in the morning. And then I said, "Oh, just look for him." He goes, "No, I forgot."
Oh.
I guess the dog just came home on its own then, like most dogs do.
Yeah, well, it only just walks around the neighbourhood for a bit, goes for a stroll, jumps some fences, and then ends up back here.
I don't know if there's any text in this, but see what happens. That one?
So as long as the closed captions aren't in Spanish, Terry, we should be all right.
Yeah, I got the music going, so we can't do that.
You said there was an applause. You were off that?
Seems to be just music.
Where competitors from all over the globe battle it out to see who can be the best swinger in the whole wide world. Contrary to popular belief,
I don't know what music he's using.
That's the theme to
Grandstand, I think.
It's more specific than that. It will come to me.
Scroll down into the
the
description. And tell me if it says something in the description, Terry. Or has he not got the description? Does the description go on walkabout?
No, there will be. You've gone down too far.
There's no description.
Now, I'm no method, but there definitely isn't a description there.
That's all there is. No description.
Well, look, he's got 666 views. Huh, there we go.
I'm going to have to research this and find out which one it is now because that's annoying me.
Now I'm going to have to watch it again to figure out what he's talking about.
I think it's the show jumping one from Horse of the Year show and Burley Horse Trials and things.
I can read it out to you as he talks, Terry.
Something wide, well, contrary to popular belief, the ball is not being hit around in a circular motion. It's actually being hit level because the distance to the pole in the middle always remains constant.
So he's just misunderstanding what the meaning of level is, yet again.
What the? I'd like to read or have this all in a complete sentence, like not like this. Don't let anyone tell you that swinging is curving. Curvy swinging is actually planar and otherwise totally level. Joining me is the rumpus where he's going to tell us about the geometry, how this is decided. Don't care with elevation. So the elevation at this point, I should draw an actual specific point on the surface of this water here. Same elevation as this point. They are saying the same distance from the center of the earth, same distance from the center. So we measure on the Earth model distance for approximation, although we don't introduce it. Shit, my brain's hurting from the bad grammar.
And it started again.
Yeah, I can't make head nor tails of what on earth that was about. There was
I don't think Riley even knows himself.
I mean, Terry, if you look in side chat, I can get all to do that.
Ah,
I can get all of it.
It's the old Wimbledon titles. Sorry, I just realised what the music is. It's the old Wimbledon titles.
Oh, okay.
And
the winner of the most pointless comparison ever made goes to. I knew you'd misunderstand again. Yeah. You might actually be wrong than Ranty.
BBC, after all.
Hey, do you think it's worth reporting it?
That's what I was just thinking.
They all mean the same thing. None mean curved, sorry. He's got no mechanical aptitude, whatever you call it, to represent something, like when you draw something. What's that? There's a word for that. When you can't explain something, because he can't do modelling. He tried that with this ball cushion thing, or whatever it was.
Yeah. Well, the big problem is that he doesn't actually know what he's talking about. He's completely ignorant on just about everything he says. That's why you get into all this semantical arguments and the definition of words, because that's all he's got. He doesn't know what he's on about.
He says, I just found swing ball and fancied a little bit of swinging to make a point.
Well, of course, that's an in-joke for him as well, isn't it? Because certainly at one point he was into swinging. As we all know from that horrendous Facebook thing he put up a few years back. And that's why he's always sniffing around all the women in the UK women in the Flat Earth movement. God, what's the neighbour up to now?
You know, you got to be careful about talking about stuff like that, farmers, because, you know, it may turn into a good time to actually give him another advertisement for that Facebook post.
We still got a copy of that?
Oh, of course I do.
Of course he does.
Funny you asked, Terry.
Yeah, funny you should mention that.
It's just that I forgot what it looked like.
Oh, hang on.
Well,
Just
I might
give me,
needed a reminder then, because I thought one of the words might have been spelt wrong or something.
Oh, yeah, friend. I think he spelt friend with benefits wrong.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Now where would have if I was me? Where would have I saved?
If you were you, where would you hide it? In a folder called something in particular?
I think I might have put it in a folder under silly person.
Do you want me to see if Sleeping Warrior wants to send
you trying to threaten me in the internal chat, Trinchy?
No.
Oh, look at
You
that.
might want to be a little careful showing that, just in case.
It's not doxing because it's not only has it been released so many times, it doesn't release any of his personal information that he hasn't released already, and there's really nothing he can do about showing it because he posted it in a public forum.
So Sleeping Warriors having a go at someone, which allows them to redefine words to suit their narrative. A good example is the word species. What's that got to do with the price of rice in New Zealand? We all know what a species is. It's a change of kind, to quote Kevin Hovind. But biology redefines it to permit evolution to exist. Complete shite.
Yeah, that's a shit take it.
Yeah, and yet if you ask Kent Hovind what a kind is, he goes, I don't really know.
I wasn't prepared for that.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was an evolution denier.
Oh my word, he is. He still believes that everyone on this whole planet evolved from one family of the male side and 4 women that weren't related. So
Water doesn't curve, no evidence.
Yeah, righto.
What's that, Carl? Bomb. What are you going on about?
I found it, Terry.
You found it, Terry. Would you like me to stop reading through this crap that Warrior's trying to write? Okay.
No, I was just going to post it. I was just going to post it in Discord for you again.
Oh, would you like me to show it?
You can show it. It's probably just as quick and easy.
Put it in taking the piss, I'd say.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me
Just
not
saying,
move it there then.
Just in case Riley ever came in here to go, oh, what's in taking the piss? What am I doing in there? I don't know, Dartman's posted a couple of things in there.
There you go.
Oh, that one. That one. 2009.
There.
There we go. Anthony Riley, the triangle going towards the girl. 4th June 2009 at 14:24. M and F, looking for an F in the Wigan, UK area, must be between 23 and 33, with a non-smoker being ideal. Come as you are and say hello. We can accommodate and travel. Interests include horses, motorbiking, outdoors, general companionship. Where's the reply number for that?
See, now if I gave you that, Terry, then we would get in trouble.
I was going to do an anonymous response. Signed, Alan Evans. You like motorbiking, don't you, Alan? You like going outdoors?
Oh, mad.
Oh, Mad does too, yeah.
Oh. But I must ask, is horses like a bit of a, you know, like a chest of drawers? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Wink wink, nudge nudge.
No, that's not horses. That's taking your dog for a walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, dogging's different again.
Here's a pie muncher, Fred. People with these weird words in the peanut gallery. Fred said he's been to Wigan.
No, I haven't.
That's what Fred said.
Got no intention of starting either. Ugh.
Fred said something about, I'm not sure if Gravity Guru's cat is dead or alive. Well, it could be. It could be.
It's
That's the
both.
answer. Yeah, it could be.
Or neither.
So he knows who it is.
Yeah, must do.
Or not.
Oh, starting with S? So is that the person starting with S?
Well, his surname starts with S, yes.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
his surname then. Okay. I don't know what his first name is.
Doctor.
Doctor.
Doctor Who?
Okay. Yeah, but did you do a reverse image search or did you just use your own brain? Don't know. I don't know if I trust these peanuts sometimes. Oh, Phil's out in the peanut gallery. He found us. Okay, what do we got here? Something about Eric DeBay. We've got no idea. No one's peer reviewed it. No one's done any research on this video, so we're all fresh. Oh, here we go. We never see water behaving like this. And like this. But we never see water behave like this. And definitely never like that. Okay.
With no observable, measurable, or repeatable evidence to claim that bodies of water can somehow bend.
Oh, look at that. He's got a better drawing than what's his name tried to do with the water level experiment. At least he's put them at the right tangent to the to the surface of the earth.
Yeah.
He must have had some really long pipe to do that.
Yes, that's very, very long pipe.
Cling to the exterior of shapes and show convexity upon their surface. It is a fact that the majority of Earth is covered in such level water, thus making it an unscientific theory to postulate that Earth is actually a gigantic sphere with bendy oceans curving all the way around it. It is a fact, not a theory, that the horizon...
Well, there's a boo. Look at that boo-boo they do straight away. Gotta get it back a frame. One frame back. There it is. There we go. You get a gold star if you can pick the fault in that sentence.
Earth is not 70% water.
It's only the coverage.
Earth's surface might be 70% water.
Oh, he's saying that there's a word missing. Okay. Or a word and...
No, there are words missing, there are words are wrong. I mean, that should say water does curve.
Yeah, that too.
Because it does.
That the horizon always appears perfectly flat 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. All amateur
convex, concave.
Well, look at that convex concave type
It's
camera.
going all over the bloody
balloon,
place, isn't it?
rocket, plane, and drone footage show a completely flat horizon as high as we can reach, over 20 miles, or 120,000 feet up. The only time the horizon ever bends is when viewed through a fisheye lens or a curved commercial airplane window. It is also a fact that the horizon...
And we've proven the curved window of a plane. It's only at the edges, wasn't it? Not in the middle.
Well, it only curves in one direction. Mostly they only curve in one direction. And of course, both sides of the glass curve in parallel, so it doesn't actually move it that far. It doesn't. It won't really act as a lens. It just distorts a bit.
Yeah, but we've seen a lot of images where we have seen it through a window, and it's actually just right on the very edges most of the time, where there's a little bit of distortion.
Yeah, I'm going to say the point is that you can take a photograph through the window on the ground of stuff that you know is horizontal and vertical, and you can see what distortion, if any, it might occur, which is essentially means that you can undistort anything you take later from up in the air.
horizon always rises to the eye level of the observer as altitude is gained, so you never have to look down to see it. If the Earth were in fact a globe, no matter how large, as you ascended, the horizon would stay fixed, and the observer would have to tilt, looking down further and further to see it. It is a fact, not a theory, that we are able to observe objects at...
Yeah, and there's gee, there's a lot. There's going to be a lot of cherry picking bits out of here. A sloping horizon will never rise to eye level. So that statement's wrong.
Yes, and the horizon never does rise to eye level.
Eye level. It doesn't even rise to eye level when you're standing at 6 feet. It's just really hard to see the angle.
That's it.
Objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth were a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, as we're told. For example, it is a fact that in Genoa, Italy, from just above sea level, on clear days, it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, 80 to 125 miles away. It is a necessary theory that the globe Earth must curve 8 inches per mile squared, if it really be a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, as we're told. But based...
Yes, but his 8 inches per mile squared only applies out to a couple of hundred, out to a couple of 100 miles. But that's drop, not hidden. That's different.
Correct.
Based on such a theory, these islands would all be completely hidden behind thousands of feet of curved Earth. In fact,
also, how high are those islands? And how high is the observer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we'll just do jumps. Okay, what's he going to get into here? Something about being upside down.
Not stand upside down on a ball Earth. Without gravity, the Earth and planets cannot be revolving around the Sun. Without Newtonian gravitation, Einsteinian relativity, Copernican heliocentricity, and the entire Big Bang ball Earth mythos cannot exist and falls to pieces. Gravity, both metaphorically and quite literally, just does not hold any water. Not as a sound theory of cosmology, and not as a law supposedly responsible for holding in the world's oceans.
He is pulling
Oh.
it down.
Wow. Why aren't those balloons getting pulled down? Oh, we got music, Alan.
Mad
Yeah.
Geeks.
Just because they can't understand the concept of down.
Maybe they should watch the Upside Down show.
Well,
Everything's
would have to put bloody music in there, wouldn't they?
needed.
Gravity is a magnetic force. No, it's not.
What gravity? Gravity sucks. Gravity pulls.
I haven't seen gravity suck before.
Actually, no. Vinci, you are incorrect. Gravity sucks a lot for me, but then I have a nasty habit of falling over a lot. When you fall over, gravity definitely sucks.
Oh, we've got to GoFundMe for Alan to go into space. You can live up on...
Microgravity would be brilliant.
Yeah.
We'll just send you up to the ISS. You can live up there.
Yeah, because I don't care if my bones sort of fester and die.
But you'll have to do all the photography for us, though. That'd be the only drawback.
Oh, what? Like, that would be difficult. Okay, Carl, yes, the effect of gravity sucks. I still think saying gravity sucks is perfectly acceptable.
I think we're just going to have to narrate through it. There's going to have this bloody music in it.
I'm pretty sure he just uses the music to bolster out the length of the video, Terry.
Let's just do some skipping of the scopping and it just looks like audio and...
Yeah, and it looks like lots of video he's got from other places that's also probably ripe for a copyright strike. Ah, sunshine.
On my shoulder.
End of the series, those which
Oh,
North Pole heads due south.
yeah, that'll do.
East and west, rather than being right and left facing arrows, are actually clockwise and counterclockwise circles around the pole. The sun, moon, and stars all rise in the east and set in the west, making perfect circles over and around us every day. As you can observe, they travel in a circular westward path over and around the earth, and do not all travel in a straight leftward direction as suggested by a compass rose. Likewise, navigators since ancient times have used Polaris to guide their ships, knowing that Polaris was the heavenly north.
Stop. In ancient times, they didn't use Polaris to navigate their ships because in ancient times, what we're talking prehistory here, I think it was Thuban was the pole star, not Polaris. Or is Thuban going to be the next one?
I can't remember.
But either way, back 2,500 years ago, Polaris was most definitely not the pole star. So They might have used it for navigation, but they certainly weren't using it as for finding the northern celestial pole. Well, yeah, John, you haven't really got a visible pole star, have you? So I don't know if you had one back then.
Also, more to the point, Alan, it seems to me that the first statement there, that a compass wouldn't work right in the southern hemisphere on a globe. Well, actually, it's the other way around. A compass would always be pointing away from the north, so therefore south would be everywhere, and it wouldn't be pointing in the same place like it does at the moment on a real world.
Well, actually, a northern hemisphere compass doesn't work right in the southern hemisphere, does it?
Well, they become a bit draggy because of the way that the needle's weighted normally.
Yeah, you know, bit like northern hemisphere ballistics tables don't work in the southern hemisphere either.
And
Royal Navy found that one out the hard way.
And what about very, very long straight roads? Do they just bend left constantly?
Well, no, because yeah, Finchy, on a globe you can have a straight road that constantly moves east.
Yeah, if it's an east-west or west-east, and it's relatively straight, wouldn't it be straight to the 2 points? Wouldn't it be bending?
So yeah,
difficulty is.
I get what Finchy's saying.
Except on the equator, you can't do east bearing and travel and keep traveling in the direction we would call east, because you would go around because following a compass bearing puts you on a great circle route.
Yeah. I think Alan, what Finchy's alluding to is, for example, the road that goes from Adelaide over to Perth is there's a section of it that's a absolutely perfectly straight gun barrel straight style road that goes from west to east. However, if you look at the wonderful distortion that Australia gets when it's thrown on to the AE map that they use, that straight road is no longer straight; it's curved.
Good point. Okay, yeah. So it's difficult because east-west is a really difficult thing to do with a compass because great circles. And anyway, yeah, I get what you mean with the lovely distortion you guys get if you use an AE map that's centered at the North Pole.
Pole. South was traveling keeping your back to Polaris. East meant traveling keeping your left shoulder 90 degrees to the pole star, and west meant traveling keeping your right shoulder 90 degrees to the pole star. All circumnavigations in history have been eastwards or westwards, and never northwards or southwards, because the latter is geographically impossible. Likewise, southern hemisphere flights from Australia.
Stop. Ranulph Fiennes has done a complete north to south circumnavigation. So not all circumnavigations are done that way. And of course there was also the other flight, wasn't there?
Yep.
And yes, those flights do exist.
Well, at the time...
Some of them do, anyway.
At the time of him saying this, yeah.
Australia to South America, or New Zealand to South Africa, for example, never fly the shortest, most direct route on a globe, which would be southwards over Antarctica. It is claimed this is because such flights would allegedly be too cold for any airplanes to handle. But the reality is the routes are geographically impossible because Antarctica is not a tiny...
Not too cold for them to handle. I thought the air temperature up at high altitude was constant all over the Earth.
Yeah, cold.
Pretty much is. Cold.
And what about those wonderful trips that you can take from Melbourne or Sydney and sometimes for Adelaide? During the summertime, they only do it only because you can see because it's daylight down there.
Yep.
That fly over the top and give you tourist flights over the top of Antarctica.
Yeah, I thought they stopped them because of that unfortunate crash down there.
No.
And that is the main reason why they don't fly over Antarctica a lot. Is because you're just not near enough to any diversionary place that makes operating the aircraft safe.
So I checked the site about a week ago, Alan, and they're taking the 2020 onslaught of bookings now for this coming summer. So
okay, they started up again then.
Yeah, but they did put in the disclaimer, dependent on the lockdown and all of that type of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. I knew that they used to do them, and they used to fly low over Antarctica, and because there was that unfortunate crash because the aircraft got in the wrong place and flew up the wrong valley. But yeah, I knew they stopped it after that, but I guess they must have started again then, which is kind of cool.
The ice continent confined to the underside of a spherical spinning ball Earth. Antarctica is actually the outer southern perimeter of our level, motionless plain Earth and surrounds the other 6 continents. How far southwards Antarctica actually extends and how it terminates or what exists beyond it are all unknown to and kept from the general public, however, and as a result, no completely accurate, fully functioning flat Earth map exists or could exist without the people being first allowed full, independent exploration of the Arctic, Antarctic,
Oh, is that their
and
excuse? So that's
Yeah.
that's their excuse, is it? They can't do a flat Earth map because we're not allowed to go down there to map it by whatever reason.
Except for the 20-day trip that leaves from Tasmania and goes around Antarctica and comes back again on the other side and lands again in Tasmania.
20 days? If it only
would-
takes
would
20
that
days,
trip-
that'd be pretty fast.
No, they do it in 20 days. They don't stop. Apparently there's nowhere, no beaches worth going down and sunbaking on, Terry.
Oh,
No,
okay.
funny that.
And let me guess, they sail all the way around Antarctica with Antarctica on the same side of the boat.
Yeah, yes, that's correct. That's the general idea, I believe, Alan.
Yeah. Yeah, and they do this in only 20 days.
Yes.
And how long should the? Hang on, let me just check.
So if they're going clockwise around it, and if the flat earthers were there, we're going, how come we're not turning right
Well,
or left or whatever?
here's the ultimate question, Terry. Is that
So
really 20 days? Is it really 20 days if the sun doesn't set?
80,000. So it's 80,000 kilometres North Pole to South Pole, roughly, isn't it? And hang on, it's it's pi times diameter, isn't it? So times pi. So that's that's the same distance as we claim the distance to the moon is. The circumference.
I think they might be out a little bit.
Oh, sorry, no, correction. That's 251,000 kilometres. So, yeah, it's a little bit short of the distance to the moon, isn't it?
Yes.
And times that by how many days it's going to take?
Yeah, it's only It's only 100. It's only 157,000 miles.
It's only 20,000 kilometres from the North to the South Pole.
Oh yeah, I'm yeah. Sorry, I'm not very. I'm really struggling with this one. So 20,000 kilometers times pi. Oh, that's still 62,831 kilometers.
I think we're going to need a bigger boat to go to circumnavigate.
Yeah, I think that's divide that by 20 days is that's just over 3,000 miles a day.
Kilometres a day.
Sorry, kilometres a day. So that's the ship's doing 130 kilometres an hour.
Oh shit!
That's
a pretty fast boat.
Considering the size of the waves, I reckon that boat would spend a lot of time airborne.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of free prop spin going on throughout that. So I don't know.
I think you'd need to use some sort of I don't know, water jet drive.
And this is done by sailing boats, not prop boats.
Yeah, but wouldn't they soon figure out, like I was just saying, if they're going clockwise, and the Antarctic is on their left, that means they'd be going anti-clockwise and they'd be turning left. They wouldn't be turning right. That'd confuse them.
Everywhere else. There are, however, several maps which work as good visual aids for approximating the geography of our flat stationary Earth. The Gleason's 1892 New Standard Map of the World and Hammond's 1945 Air Age Map of the World are two such maps. These so-called azimuthal equidistant maps are used in practical navigation and can be found in the logos of the United Nations.
Are they used for practical navigation?
No.
They can be. Well,
but they're not. They can be, but they're most often not, because they don't preserve anything except the distance from the pole to the from the pole to the location.
Yeah. And if you do use one,
they're very handy. They're very handy if you want to make one for your current location, so that you can fire your intercontinental ballistic missiles at people, because that's about the only navigation they are really good for. Oh, and of course, how far maybe working out your radio bounces and stuff if you're doing HF radio.
And we haven't got the Australian bite on there, so that's
yeah.
No,
that doesn't work for that either, Alan.
Well, I was going to say, if you did follow this map, it'd end like an old split end song. You could have 6 months in a leaky boat and probably not much time to live.
Hey Peter, going by this map, I can get to your place in a couple of hours.
Well, and not only that, but it looks like that Perth's probably about
it's a bit further away than what I thought.
I was going to say almost 2/3 the distance away from Sydney that it used to be.
Mm.
Yeah, but the problem is, doesn't although it compresses the north-south bit between Peter and Terry, doesn't it increase the east-west bit?
Yes, yes, it does.
It might not have. I've just remembered where a practical use of an equatorial azimuthal protection map works. On the old PPI radar displays that we used to use, because you're at the center and the radar happens to go only in straight lines, so you actually do want to do it is actually an equidistant azimuthal projection that we are using on the radar display.
But That's why they don't work so well for amateur band radio, Alan, because if you're using HF, if you're going, obviously with that you can go two ways around the earth, long way or the short way. And if you're going the long way, for some reason it disappears off one edge of the map and it comes and appears on the other side of the map for no particular reason.
Oh yeah, because of the number of bounces you might need to go to any particular location.
Yeah, because it works. It basically works on the same premise of the great circles. You use the same process as the great circles to work out where your antenna's pointing and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not actually a comms guy. I'm a radar guy, and we try and ensure that whatever we use goes in straight lines. Makes our life much better.
Press play.
Well, I would have to pick a bit with music.
Oh yeah.
This is why equatorial regions experience almost year-round summer and heat, while higher latitudes north and especially south experience more distinct seasons with harsh winters. The heliocentric model claims seasons change based on the ball Earth's alleged...
I was going to say, well, I was waiting for the sun to move between the months. Okay.
axial tilt and elliptical orbit around the sun. Their flawed current model even places us closest to the sun, 91 million for...
And my debunking of that one... Go back.
Now that is a really, really
character of
north-centric
nights
thing
and
to
seasons.
say, isn't it?
This is why equatorial regions experience almost year-round summer and heat, while higher latitudes north and especially south experience more distinct seasons with harsh winters. The heliocentric model claims seasons change based on the ball Earth's alleged axial tilt and elliptical orbit.
That's it.
Not the elliptical orbit, axial tilt.
So their claim is that the sun rises east and west, north of east and north of west, and in summer rises south of east and south of west. That's south of west.
No, Terry. The sun never gets south. The sun can never get south of east in southern Australia. You're just imagining it, okay?
Okay.
You're just imagining seeing the sun to your south at all ever in Australia.
Oh.
And also remember, it would appear to curve in the wrong direction as well over you.
I mean, we won't believe any of current science, but we'll believe in a magic sun rotating in a circle above our heads for no damn reason.
So
and spiraling in and out.
So on the
what makes it spiral in and out?
So on the southern side of my house, where I can sit on the back step and get the morning sun and the afternoon sun, is because I'm facing the wrong way, maybe?
Yeah, you're not facing south at all then.
Oh, okay.
You're not facing anywhere.
Around the sun. Their flawed current model even places us closest to the sun, 91,400,000 miles, in
Right, so in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, see that is so northern hemisphere centric by saying that we're closest to the sun in January, therefore it should be hotter, and it's in the middle of winter. Well, it's only in the middle of winter for half the globe. It's in the middle of summer for the other half.
They're not even mentioning the axial tilt of the Earth either.
No, and it's the tilt that makes up pretty much all of the seasons.
Yeah.
January, when it is actually winter, and farthest from the sun, 94,500,000 miles in July, when it's actually summer throughout much of the Earth. They say due to the ball Earth's tilt.
Throughout much of the Earth.
Yeah, I was going to say,
he's just ignoring a whole half of the Earth there. What a liar!
Which part of the Earth in winter? This little tiny bit over here somewhere? That might be in winter?
Different places receive different amounts.
Hey Matt, do you see a problem here? Not really.
No, but I can hear one.
Direct sunlight, and that is what produces the seasonal and temperature changes. This makes little sense, however, because if the sun's heat travels over 90 million miles to reach the ball Earth, how could a slight tilt, a mere few thousand miles maximum, negate the sun's 90 million mile journey, giving us simultaneous tropical summers and Antarctic winters? Thomas Winship said, "The Earth is a stretched-out structure which diverges from the central north in all directions towards the south. The equator, being midway between the north center and the southern circumference, divides the course of the sun into north and south declination. The longest circle around the world which the sun makes is when it has reached its greatest southern declination. Gradually going northwards, the circle is contracted. In about 3 months after the southern extremity of its path has been reached, the sun makes a circle around the equator, still pursuing a northerly course as it goes round and above the world."
Okay, everyone's whirled stones on a string around their head, haven't they? Right?
Oh, indeed.
Yeah. And what happens to the stone when you make the string longer? Does it whirl around faster or slower?
Slower. If you've got to go slower, you've got to go slower, or else you end up getting a bent string.
And when you pull it in, it goes faster. I mean, even an ice skater knows this. You pull your arms in and you spin faster. Yeah. But here, on this magic lampshade sun, apparently it slows down when it goes in a tighter circle and speeds up when it goes in a larger circle, contrary to everyone's experience of circular motion. What magic force is this?
I was going to say you can apply a force to it to make it accelerate and decelerate. So it's not like, and there must be some sort of force being applied to it as well, anyway, just to make it go round in a flipping circle.
Yeah. There's got to be there's got to be some centrally acting force to make it go in a circle. That's what circular motion is.
But maybe it has a. Sorry, Peter, Paul.
The sum of all the forces has to be towards the centre of the motion. All right. So there's got to be a force holding it up there in the first place somehow, and then a force attracting it towards the centre in somehow to make it curve around in a circle. They haven't even gone close to explaining what that force might be. And it goes against all our experience of circular motion in that the tighter the orbit, the faster the object moves.
So what it is?
Paul, read the side chap. It's Space Hammer Man.
Yeah, that's right.
It's what happens is when the sun's all the way out, right down at the Tropic of Capricorn, going really fast, it uses up lots of energy, and it comes up to have a bit of a rest when it does the northern hemisphere. So it goes slower while it's catching its breath.
But the main point I was making is that this totally contradicts all our observable experience of what things in circular motion do.
Yeah.
Keep playing. Press play.
Sorry.
World, in another 3 months, the greatest northern declination is reached, when the sun again begins to go towards the south. In north latitudes, when the sun is going north, it rises earlier each day, is higher at noon, and sets later, while in southern latitudes, at the same time, the sun, as a matter of course, rises later, reaches a lesser altitude at noon, and sets earlier. In northern latitudes, during the southern summer, say from September to December, the sun rises later each day, is lower at noon, and sets earlier, while in the south he rises earlier, reaches a higher altitude at noon, and sets later each day. This movement round the earth daily is the cause of the alternations of day and night, while his northerly and southerly courses produce the seasons. When the sun is south of the equator, it is summer in the south and winter in the north, and vice versa. The fact of the alternation of the seasons flatly contradicts the Newtonian delusion that the earth revolves in an orbit round the sun. It is said that summer is caused by the earth being nearest the sun, and winter by its being farthest from the sun. But if the reader will follow the argument...
Not.
No.
That's not what our explanation is. That's a straw man argument.
Yeah, definitely.
In any textbook.
The other bit I was going to pick up on, he was saying rising and setting. Now, is he talking about in reference to the actual reality, or is he trying to compare that to the flat Earth map or something? I'm not sure which part he meant, in what context he meant that. Because if he was saying flat Earth map, what are you using the word rising and setting for?
Book, he will see that according to...
Sorry, Al?
Getting larger and getting... He should be using the words getting larger and getting smaller.
The theory...
just coming closer and moving away.
Yeah, there shouldn't be rising and setting.
When the Earth is nearest the sun, there must be summer in both northern and southern latitudes, and in like manner, when it is farthest from the sun, it must be winter all over the earth at the same time, because the whole of the globe earth would then be farthest from the sun. In short, it is impossible to account for the recurrence of seasons on the assumption that the earth is globular and that it revolves in an orbit around the sun. Gabrielle Henriette said, "The essential feature of the year is its division into 2 equal periods of 6 months, based first on the predominating length of the days over that of the nights, and vice versa, conditions which are governed by the varying hours of sunrise and sunset, and secondly, by the either high or low height reached by the sun in the heavens at midday. The first cycle, during which the days are longer than the nights, and the sun reaches its culminating point of the year, extends from the spring equinox to the autumn equinox, i.e. March 21st to September 22nd, and the second cycle, during which, inversely, the duration of the nights exceeds that of the days, and the sun descends to its lowest point of the year, extends from the autumn equinox to the spring equinox, i.e. September 23rd to March 20th.
When they're saying about the spring equinox and all that, does it matter what hemisphere you're in when they're relating the months?
No, Terry, because it's all based around the northern hemisphere, isn't it? He's not excuse me, he's not talking about the southern hemisphere at all. It's all northern hemisphere stuff.
Oh. Okay.
These 2 6-month periods are also characterized by an opposition of temperature. During the first cycle, which corresponds to spring and summer, the heat gradually rises and falls, while during the second cycle, which comprises autumn and winter, it is the intensity of the cold which progressively increases and decreases. If the Earth were truly a globe,
I was just
the Arctic
reading
and
the
Antarctic,
disclaimer that was actually written
which
in the map there. I can't see it there. Turn that off.
It must be winter all over the Earth at the same
This
time,
animation
because
is
the
not
whole of the
meant
globe
to
Earth would
illustrate
then
the
be
exact
farthest from the
movement of
sun.
sun and moon.
In
It
short,
is for
it is
demonstration
impossible to
purposes
account for the
only.
recurrence of seasons on the assumption that the Earth is globular and that it revolves in an orbit.
Okay, that's the Earth. What else have we got? Still on that for a while.
Well, I think it must be the sun with the magic lampshade on it. Yes.
Yes.
Extreme north,
I'm
twilight
glad to see
continues
we all
for
know our
hours after
hard
sunset,
logic.
and many midsummer nights
yeah.
the sun does not set at all. Dr. Samuel Robotham said, "If the sun is fixed and the earth revolves underneath it, the same phenomena would exist at the same distance on each side of the equator. But such is not the case. What can operate to cause the twilight in New Zealand to be so much more sudden, or the nights so much colder than in England? The southern hemisphere cannot revolve more rapidly than the northern. The latitudes are about the..."
Stop. The part of the reason for New Zealand is the fact that New Zealand is quite a bit further north than the UK is south. You know, it's further from the poles. It's a lower latitude. So of course the sunrise sunset will be shorter. It's much closer to the equator than it is to the I'm pretty sure there's no point in the UK, in mainland UK, that is as far south, that is closer to the equator than any part of New Zealand. If you get my drift. Do you get my drift?
Just about.
Yep, you're right.
the same, and the distance round a globe would be the same at 50 degrees south as at 50 degrees north, and as the whole would revolve once in 24 hours, the surface at the two places would pass underneath the sun with the same velocity, and the light would approach in the morning, and recede in the evening in exactly the same manner. Yet the very contrary is the fact. The constant sunlight of the north develops, with the utmost rapidity, numerous forms of vegetable life, and furnishes subsistence for millions of living creatures. But in the south, where the sunlight never dwells, or lingers about a central region, but rapidly sweeps over sea and land, to complete in 24 hours the great circle of the southern circumference, it has not time to excite and stimulate the surface, and therefore, even in comparatively low southern latitudes, everything wears an aspect of desolation.
So is he trying to say that the 24-hour sun and the 24-hour north and south one are two different? They take two different times.
No, he's saying there is no southern. He's saying that
because the sun ray goes around the whole Earth in 24 hours. So how does that correlate to 24 hours of sunlight in the South Pole?
he's saying that you guys in the southern hemisphere have cold and desolation because you don't get any sun because the sun has to go whizzing past you really quickly.
In 24 hours.
He's basically lying out his ass. He's saying that there's no 24-hour sun in the south.
Yeah, that's what I picked up on. Yeah.
Anything that doesn't fit his so-called model, just ignore it and say it's lies.
Brainer, it's not. He's saying Australia is only desert. He's actually trying to imply that Australia is only a cold desert like Antarctica, which I think is actually just completely wrong, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm bowing to you guys who have an opportunity to basically go visit that big desert.
There's a reason why people don't live in most of Australia.
It's because it's really, really hot most of the time with very little water.
Yeah.
So not including Auckland Island, which is somewhat in between New Zealand and Antarctica. The furthest point south of New Zealand is around about minus 47. Yeah, minus 47 degrees south.
Yeah.
And how far north are you, Alan? roughly?
Where Alan lives is actually that island off the south coast, south tip, the lower island of New Zealand.
I am 52.5 degrees north, and I am about 200 miles from the south coast.
Yeah, so you'd have to go to that horrible little island that's
Yeah.
out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, we measured that.
Let's just say to get to. Yeah, I actually measured my is it the antipode or whatever you call it?
We did that one.
And you're a couple of hundred miles south of New Zealand to get me.
Yeah.
So the Auckland Islands, which is it's probably about 2/3 of the way to the 2/3 of the way to Antarctica. Oh no, sorry, 1/3 of the way to Antarctica. That's at 50 minus 50. But there is another couple. There is another couple of islands down further.
Yeah, that couple of islands is about where a direct vertical hole from me would come out.
Yeah.
So New Zealand is quite a lot further, closer to the pole. Closer to the equator than we are. We're at a higher latitude than if you look at
you're further north. You're further north than they are south.
Yes. If you look at most of the land masses in the southern hemisphere, they are considerably closer to the equator than most of the to the majority of the land mass in the northern hemisphere when you start looking at North America, Europe, and Asia.
First play.
I was just chatting to to our pet flat earther out in the peanut gallery.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we got a Bandy in as well. Hello, Bandy. Hope you are well.
You can go over to Discord if you don't want to come into Zoom to say good day, Bandy.
In the north and south could not exist if the Earth were a globe, turning upon axes underneath a non-moving sun. The two hemispheres would at the same latitudes have the same degree of light and heat, and the same general phenomena, both in kind and degree. The peculiarities which are found in the south.
So if the equator is the hottest place on Earth, then what about Earth's tilt?
Yeah, well, let me tell you something else. You know why why Northern Europe supports so much life so far north? It's this thing called the Gulf Stream.
You mean weather?
Yeah, well, no, it's the Gulf Stream. It's all that hot water that comes up from down near the equator and washes up the west coast of Europe. Means that we can all live this far. I mean, most of the major cities in Europe are further north than any of the major cities in Canada.
Okay. So you've got better weather than places in Canada which are further south than you.
Yes, because we have the Gulf Stream come up. That's why we don't have lots of snow. That's why we don't have winters like they do in Russia.
As compared with the north, are only such as could exist upon a stationary plane, having a northern center, concentric with which is the path of the moving sun. And William Carpenter wrote, "Every year the sun is as long south of the equator as he is north, and if the earth were not stretched out as it is, in fact, but..."
What? If the Earth revolves around the sun, why wouldn't the shadow... I've got to pause now, I can't read it.
Turned under, as the Newtonian theory suggests, it would certainly get as intensive a share of the sun's rays south as north, but the southern region being, in consequence of the fact stated, far more extensive than the region north, The Sun, having to complete his journey round every 24 hours, travels quicker as he goes further south, from September to December, and his influence has less time in which to accumulate at any given point. Since, then, the facts could not be as they are if the Earth were a globe, it is a proof that the Earth is not a globe.
Except for the simple fact that we do have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Which I've got the
I
video.
think the answer to that one was all
Oh, here it is.
blah,
yeah.
blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
Here we go. Frozen South 24-hour sun. That's the video I show. So what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
What's wrong with my video?
The
that I
fate of
played?
man is found higher than the 56th. Since this one fact would destroy the heliocentric globe model, there is, and has been since the 1950s, an Antarctic treaty signed by over 50 countries banning all independent travel and exploration of the Antarctic, excluding overpriced,
bullshit.
chaperoned penguin tours.
Absolute bullshit. Show me where in the Antarctic Treaty it says that. It doesn't ban all exploration.
No.
I can show you. I can show the Arctic Treaty, but as for the other crap, I'm sorry, Gravity, I can't. We've gone over the Arctic Treaty a couple of times on here, and it's not long. It's not a huge document that you can get lost in the words or the meanings of what the sentences are. It's actually quite well written. It's quite easily understood, and nowhere does it actually stop an individual from organising a trip. Obviously, he has to get permission to go there. He has to have all relevant safety equipment to do so, or she. And on top of that, I think there's a clause in there somewhere that states that he must provide his own rescue or rescue if anything goes wrong, because there's no guarantee that anyone down there will be able to rescue them. Not at one stage to say you cannot go. It's quite simple and quite clear.
Yeah, they'll make that statement. They'll make that statement that it's banned, but they'll never actually bring up and show where in the Antarctic Treaty it says that, because it doesn't.
So there's this video on YouTube claiming that there's a 24-hour sun. It doesn't claim it, it just shows it. But is it true?
Wind tours and government-approved contractors, nobody is allowed to step foot in Antarctica, especially not during winter solstice, when there should supposedly be constant 24-hour sunlight. Since this particular lie is so important...
What?
No, it's summertime. Summertime that happens long.
In winter?
So
Okay.
even I, as a northern person, knows how stupid that last statement was.
Okay.
You want to call it anything, call it the December solstice.
I was ready to pause that one as soon as I heard that.
Important to the heliocentric facade. If you search online, you will find a couple videos purporting to show 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica. But just like the rest of the globe's pathetic video evidence, they are all fake. The most popular...
How could that be fake?
Oh, that's how you dismiss that evidence, Terry. You just say it's fake, even though you've got no reason to say it's fake, or you give no explanation for why it's fake. You know, you just say it's fake, and that makes it fake, apparently.
Right, okay.
You know?
It's CGI, footage of the sun in the sky, the text, the mountains in the foreground, and the watch. So that's all CGI.
Video allegedly showing an Antarctic 24-hour time-lapse actually has mountains accidentally layered over the video's text layer, proving it to be a calculated fraud. Other videos simply show an Arctic midnight sun time-lapse, but claim it to be from Antarctica. There are dozens of clearly genuine videos you can see online of the Arctic midnight sun, and you can freely travel above the Arctic Circle to experience it for yourself. Conversely, however, there are only a couple clearly fake videos online of the supposed Antarctic midnight sun.
What's he saying? The start and end of the video, the clouds are the same.
and you cannot ever freely travel there to experience it for yourself.
I don't know if that's part of the video, that one he's showing there.
Many people think that modern astronomy's ability to accurately predict lunar and solar eclipses is a result and proof positive of the heliocentric theory of the universe. The fact of the matter, however, is that eclipses have been accurately predicted by cultures worldwide for thousands of years before the heliocentric ball Earth was even a glimmer in Copernicus's imagination.
What?
Just pause there for a
Ptolemy in
moment.
the first
Drink.
Can we just clear up two things here? The heliocentric model is not the universe. It's our solar system.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the heliocentric model doesn't really have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. So just calling it heliocentric doesn't automatically make the Earth a globe. But they knew the Earth was a globe way before they worked out that the sun was at the center of our solar system.
And the other point to make is that he says accurately predict without defining what he means by accurate.
Yeah.
Does he mean to the nearest week? Does he mean to the nearest day? Or does he mean like in modern times where we can do it to the nearest second? I doubt very much whether the ancients could predict eclipses to the nearest second like we can now.
Yeah, and what about the shape of the shadow that passes across the face of the moon?
Yeah, I was just going to bring that one up, Alan. What's blocking the light across the moon? Where's the sun?
And why doesn't it look like a turtle with a flat bar on its back?
Yeah.
Because if we're on a flat Earth, wouldn't it look like a flat shadow?
Yeah. Yeah, but in the flat Earth model, you can never get a lunar eclipse, because how would the Earth get between the moon and the sun?
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for someone to mention.
There must be something else up. There's something else up there that does it that we can't see, other than when it causes the eclipse.
It's an invisible planet.
Yeah. The invisible planet that can somehow block the light of the sun, but we can't see it.
So I can't work out how they can actually work out when the eclipse are going to happen.
It's a dinner plate, according to Riley. Remember?
A dinner plate.
Oh yeah.
The fact of the matter.
To say, I have actually photographed a lunar eclipse myself, so. You can definitely see the shape. You can definitely see not only is the moon a sphere from photographs, but you can see that the shadow that is causing the eclipse is also from at least a circular object.
So I'd just like to just say one thing here. And that is that if he really believes this, he needs to go and watch a wonderful National Geographic documentary that's out at the moment that's called Chasing the Equinox, and some wonderful work that the ancient people actually did with that, where they made all of these constructions all over the Earth that perfectly showed and demonstrated when the equinox was happening.
However, is that eclipses have been accurately predicted by cultures worldwide for thousands of years before the heliocentric ball Earth was even a glimmer in Copernicus's imagination. Ptolemy in the 1st century AD accurately predicted eclipses for 600 years on the basis of a flat, stationary Earth with equal precision as anyone living today. All the way back in 600 BC, Thales accurately predicted an eclipse which ended the war between the Medes and the Lydians. And as far back as 3,000 years ago, the Chaldeans, Egyptians, Indians, Chinese, and others accurately predicted eclipses to within seconds of modern methods. Eclipses happen regularly.
Hang on a second. hang on a second. I thought Ptolemy was a geocentrist on a spherical Earth.
Couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Yeah, I know one of them thought the sun went around us, and another one later on said no, we go around the sun.
I'm sure it was Ptolemy that. I'm sure it's Ptolemy that was the geocentrist, but not flat.
You have to research.
With precision in 18-year cycles, so regardless of geocentric or heliocentric, flat or globe Earth cosmologies, eclipses can be accurately calculated independent of such factors. Another assumption and supposed proof of Earth's globular shape, heliocentrists claim that lunar eclipses are caused by the shadow of their ball Earth occulting the moon. The idea is that the sun, earth, and moon spheres perfectly align like 3 billiard balls in a row so that the sun's light casts the earth's shadow onto the moon. Unfortunately for them, this explanation is rendered completely invalid due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the sun and moon are still visible together above the horizon. But for the sun's light to be cast...
And I can explain that one. Can I try?
Yeah. Come on, Terry.
I can't do it without a drawing. I'd have to have a drawing to show it. The Earth and the Sun and the Moon are actually a little bit past the horizon, in a way where the Earth's atmosphere bends the light up a little bit of them, so it looks like they're actually still in the sky. Something like that. There is something like that. I have looked into that.
Yeah. We have to remember it's a 3D geometry.
If you're looking at it sideways, side on, the moon and the sun are actually a fraction below the horizon, right at the point of when we see the eclipse. Even though we still see the sun and the sun and the moon, but that's a refraction of the atmosphere. Something like that.
Yeah, we had one like that here in the UK about 2 years ago, and unfortunately I went to go film it, and the weather was exactly like today. It had been a nice day, but by the time the moon was due to rise and the sun was due to set, the clouds had rolled over and you couldn't see a damn thing.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And I managed to get home about less than 5 minutes before a terrible great thunderstorm turned up. So I was quite happy about that. I didn't get wet.
Oh, Pip's here, and you're welcome.
Pip.
No, her avatar.
Yeah, hi, Pip.
Her avatar. You're welcome.
I can't see it.
Scroll across there.
Why can't you see it? I can see it.
I can see it.
I can see
Just
it.
scroll down.
You have to
I was going to say, I can't see it because I haven't scrolled down.
How many monitors have you got, Farmer?
Well, I've got two, but as most
Well,
of the
there you
screen's been
go.
taken
That's your
up with-
problem. I've only got one monitor and I can
most
see
of
it.
the screen, most of this
These people
window's
that
been
brag
taken
about
up by
having two
Eric bloody
monitors and they
Bay.
still can't
Debate,
see
yeah,
stuff.
you,
No,
Terry,
Terry, what do you think most of this Zoom meeting window's full of?
You can reduce the size of the window.
yeah, but the Zoom window is full of Eric Debate, and then we just get a line of people's icons across the top, and we have to zoom left, right to see them. Because remember,
No, you
mine's even
don't.
worse. They're on the right hand side.
mine across the top.
If you just click
And
the,
also,
you
don't
click
you
the
get a participants list either?
I've got a persistent. I haven't popped the I haven't done the persistence list up.
Well, I'm not going to pop that out to the side as well, because that's where the side chat of the YouTube windows popped out.
Morning, why are we fighting?
Yeah, that's okay, Pip. I'm trying to rile them up a bit, but they don't seem to want to bite.
I've only got 24-inch monitors, for Christ's sake, you know.
Gamlet farmers. I've got it minimised and avatars across the top and Terry screen.
Yeah, and you can see them.
Yeah, how do you put the avatars down the right hand side then?
Yeah. They automatically are.
Yeah. View options.
They're automatically across the top for me.
Go up to your viewing Terry screen view options.
Fine.
I
know. I'm trying to get a bit of a bite, but
anyway, sorry for being late. I had sleeping sickness.
Did you bring a note from your mum?
No, sorry. I was sleeping. I was sleeping 12 hours sleep.
Oh, be nice.
Did you wear yourself out last night?
No. In fact, it was early. I was in bed at 10:30.
That is early.
I did get up at 6 for pee and then went back to bed.
Oh, I'll finish this derp off.
Casting Earth's shadow onto the moon, the three bodies must be aligned in a straight 180-degree syzygy. As early as the time of Pliny, there are records of lunar eclipses happening while both the sun and moon are visible in the sky together, and it continues happening during lunar eclipses to this day. In an attempt to explain away the inconsistencies in their theory, heliocentrists usually claim light refraction must be happening on a scale large enough to account for the phenomena. But even if this highly implausible, reverse-engineered damage control explanation is accepted, it cannot explain how earthbound observers are supposedly able to see 12,000 miles, 180 degrees around a globular Earth to objects on the other side. The reality is, eclipses are a far more occult and mysterious phenomenon than lining up 3 billiard balls. Lunar eclipses only occur during full moons, when the moon is at the crossing point of the ecliptic opposite the sun, and solar eclipses only occur during new moons, when the moon is at the crossing point of the ecliptic and aligned with the sun. Such solar and lunar...
What, they're saying that the moon's right next to the sun? Yeah, but that's not explaining the other one.
That's right.
He's jumping to that one, but he's not explaining
what's getting in the
One.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not. He didn't try to explain that one on the flat Earth. How the Earth got in the road between the sun. Whatever.
Geez, Terry, you're making him do all the hard answers. That's not fair.
Yeah, and with the solar eclipse with the moon in front of it, like which side of the sun is the moon? Like if it's towards the center, then surely the people that are further out should still be able to see the sun. That would be a lunar eclipse then, wouldn't it? With the sun in the way, the moon would go behind the sun. We'd never ever see that happen.
I know you're just confusing me.
Lunar conjunctions and oppositions happen a minimum of 4 times per solar year, and depending on their exact altitudes and observer location, will produce partial, total, or annular eclipses. In ancient cosmology, these lunar nodes and accompanying eclipses were personified as the gods Rahu and Ketu.
Now we all know and are fully aware that it doesn't happen 4 times a year. It happens every month out over the oceans.
Yes.
Somewhere. Because Riley said so.
Somewhere.
But no one's there to see it though.
That's been confirmed by top men.
Yeah, our highest educated scientific experimenters and an egg.
Was that egg experimenters?
Experimenters.
Our egg
lawyer.
Question: could people on the ISS see an eclipse? Potentially see an eclipse when people on the surface of the planet can't be at some point during their orbit?
Yes.
They'd see the
They've got
moon's shadow.
pictures.
They could be able to
They've-
see the moon's shadow on the Earth.
They've got pictures from the ISS where they've got an ISS eclipse, but there was no eclipse on the Earth. So I'd be assuming because they go around the Earth roughly every 90 minutes, or give or take a few minutes. That there would be a good chance that they'd be in a position to see a solar eclipse somewhat more often than we get to see it on Earth.
Often
Or
shown
lunar.
devouring the sun or moon. During solar eclipses, the new moon conjunction directly crosses the sun, causing the blackout effect, and during lunar eclipses, the full moon opposition to the sun causes the shadowy red tint. This phenomenon is wholly celestial, involving the luminaries.
Hang on. He's talking about conjunction and opposition. Yet, how are they supposed to do that? In relation to what? Because, you'd actually have to have a third body in there in between them for them to align with, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he's brushing past the explanation of the actual Earth. What do we call it? The one where the Earth's in the middle. That one.
And their regular interactions with one another, and not in any way terrestrial, involving the earth beneath our feet, causing upward casting shadows into the heavens. Earth is a level, motionless plane, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around us, just as you experience every day. The North Pole is the magnetic monopole center point, with Polaris, the North Pole star, situated directly above. Polaris is the only motionless star in the heavens, with all the other constellations revolving perfect circle.
That's wrong, because I don't see no evidence of this North Pole star that these people keep mentioning of. For some
I've
reason.
got evidence. I have evidence that I can present that shows that the North Pole star most definitely rotates around the pole because it's not stationary.
Correct.
Us Southerners will just claim it's CGI, won't we, Peter?
Earth every night. The so-called planets, known to the ancients as wandering stars, were named such because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like patterns, making both forward and retrograde motions over and around the Earth during their cycles. Meanwhile, the fixed stars were named such because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to stay fixed in their constellation patterns night after night, year after year, century after century, never changing their
Lie
relative
after
positions.
lie.
If Earth was truly
pencil
tilting,
Yeah.
wobbling, spinning space ball, as NASA and modern astronomy proclaim, rotating 1,000 miles per hour on its axis, revolving
Terry, can you just pause it there?
67,000 miles.
Do you notice, although he did bring up the whole retrograde of the planets, and we'll use Mars because it's a wonderful one, he doesn't go into explanation. He just touches on it, just enough to sound like that he's actually spoken about it without actually speaking about it.
Yeah, he had the other planets up there earlier back, but he didn't really say much about it.
Yeah, and this notion about the stars remaining fixed in their positions for centuries, year after year, blah, 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 is just a lie. I mean, we have, even I did it at university, we could plot the position of stars and actually plot them again later on and see that they'd moved slightly. It's not hard to do. All you need is a decent theodolite and some time, and you notice that the stars move.
Miles per hour around the sun, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the galaxy, and shooting off several million more miles per hour through the universe, the star patterns would never look the same 2 nights in a row, let alone be fixed in exactly the same.
And they don't. And they don't. If you look at them carefully and plot their positions carefully, they never are the same 2 nights in a row. They're always slightly different.
Constellations for thousands upon thousands of years. The reality is that the Earth and Polaris do not move, while everything else in the heavens revolves over Earth and around Polaris, east to west, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is so vast that perspective won't allow any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from any one vantage point.
Oh, from perspective. Oh, jeez.
We can see
Why
Polaris,
not?
Ursa Major,
Why would
Minor,
perspective?
and other.
Why would perspective not allow us to see all of the stars?
He
at
didn't
once?
say. He didn't say. He just said because of perspective.
Northern constellations from every point north of the equator simultaneously, but conversely cannot see the so-called South Pole Star, Sigma Octantis, the Southern Cross, or other outer constellations simultaneously from every point south of the equator, because they all sweep over a great southern arc from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. Facing north, the stars turn counterclockwise from right to left. Facing south, they turn clockwise from left to right.
Yeah.
Facing east, they rise in front and set behind, while facing west, they rise behind and set in front. So their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes depending where you are on Earth and what direction you are facing. But their actual movement is always east to west.
What? Their actual movement's always east to west. Okay.
I still want to know why perspective would stop us seeing something a long way away.
Oh, you just have to ask him that because he didn't actually mention it.
Why is it then that when I look south, I see some stars going west to east?
Perspective. And all the flat earthers all parrot, cherry pick, repeat bits and pieces of whatever was said, and other stuff that they've said, out of things like this. And then that's their argument. They'll use that as their arguments.
Is this personal dome or something? Oh, I see what he's done. He's put the stars in a flat plane above us. Then I don't know what.
Oh,
Well, it looks
that's
like
music.
the stars go under us at one point.
Anyone want to know how we some basics before we begin on how our field of view works? Sure. This is how our field of view works.
Does it?
Well, everything in
Hang
the
on.
dark area is behind the horizon.
Oh.
Utter rubbish.
Not to
Oh, we've
scale.
got a sky horizon.
Yeah, wait a minute. Not to scale.
Well, what if I look up though?
How'd that guy get up there?
Because all those
Oh.
pictures are just showing him looking down, right? So I should be able to look up.
So that's his field of view. So he can see the dome. He can see the edge of the dome, can he? That little bloke.
Hang
there.
on,
Guy on the North Pole here. The guy on the North Pole. His field of view is from there to there.
But what if I want to look the other way?
Oh, is that they saying that's how far he can see?
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Not to scale. It's hard to imagine it. It just doesn't make sense. Righto. So if you're at the top, yeah, you see stars rotating above you if you're looking up. There at 2 on the equator. If you're on the equator, you don't see the stars in a curve. You just see them go straight over.
See,
Exactly.
are there any flurf images or videos that are to scale?
And why are they using CGI?
What I want to know is, how come we've been talking about this? We've just skipped and cherry-picked a few bits, and yet we've been talking about this video probably for longer than the actual length of the video if we'd have just watched it.
Yeah, but that's always the way.
Does that mean, could that imply that we maybe stopped the video at times and actually had rebuttals and comments to make because most of this video was wrong?
Yeah. I think that might be the case. I was just noticing that given the length of time we've been streaming, we probably spent about as much time as if we'd have just watched it.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have been as fun.
But we couldn't help ourselves.
And I would have died of the derp.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else were we going to do if Terry and the Flurf Patrol didn't watch the whole video at the length of it?
Wouldn't it be? I think this would be the worst torture possible, being strapped down and being force-fed all this stuff without being able to stop it and rebut it.
So hang on, Alan. With a statement like that, I can tell that you've never watched any of JM Truth's music videos.
Oh, only once, not all of it though.
They even work. Is the music any good though?
Well, it's
the soundtrack wasn't too bad, but I don't know about the
music itself.
Yeah, but the person singing might be
Not when he sings it.
Yeah, once he opens his mouth, it kind of ruins everything.
You haven't even reached DEFCON 1. You'd be strapped down to a seat and made to listen to Gleam singing.
Well, no. Is it as bad as Helio Skeptic singing that song from the Muppets on his live stream weekly?
Who was it that did the rap the other week? Was that Gleam or was it SE Montreal?
Gleam has done rap.
Yeah, no, it's rap with a C in front of it, isn't it?
Oh, most definitely. It is quite possibly some of the worst noise you've ever heard.
Yeah, that's special.
Really, worse than me?
Yes.
Oh, without a doubt at all.
You know how good he is at,
worse than me. Here's the question. Worse than you've all heard me sing.
Yes, worse than Alan singing.
If you put two cats if you put two cats in a Hessian bag and allowed them to fight in the Hessian bag while you poured water on them both, that would still sound better than Gleam's rap song.
Yes.
We all know what you use Hessian bags for, Peter.
And I assume that's boiling water on the cats, or at least scalding water on the cats.
Quite possibly, but I don't want Peter on on my front doorstep.
You don't want PETA. I thought PETA stood for people eating tasty animals.
It does over here.
I've got a request from the Peanut Gallery. Can we skip the rest of this and talk about something more interesting like home composting or dehumidifier repair?
How to change the tungsten filament in a light bulb?
Beef stroganoff with pasta or rice is the better question.
I could live stream my lawn growing if you want. That's really
Carl Edwards, paint drying watching has already been done on the YouTubes.
Yes.
Really? Somebody's actually filmed paint drying?
Yep.
Yes, the Chieftain.
Yes,
Okay.
he did.
He filmed him paint. He filmed himself painting the room, and then he filmed the paint drying.
Good on him.
You may as well live stream every room in your house and outside. That'd be great.
Has anyone filmed a
Be
pot
boring.
of water boiling?
Yeah.
Oh no, because every time I tried to, it just wouldn't boil, Terry.
Watching the grass grow would be a classic.
What about watching the pineapples grow?
That's a secret.
Well, we've been going for an hour and 50 minutes. I think it might be time for drum roll. Some media derp.
You just get my media derp ready. Right.
Shit.
Tell me when you're up. Oh, okay. Yeah, obviously up. We've got signs today. Signs and advertising today. So shit doesn't fit. It doesn't fit.
Shit, it doesn't fit.
Yeah. Let's see. Where's my mouse? There we go.
No, you don't need to explain that one.
No. Sorry. Say no to drugs. That way you'll have more time to drink.
Yeah, I can get on board with that. Yeah.
Unfortunate combination of signs here.
Blimey, that'll make her eyes water.
Did they spell that last word right? Because it says got a giant.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah. Meth. Not even once. Before and after.
Poor old Artie. He was never the same.
He was never the same again
No,
after
he
meth.
wasn't.
Oh, shout out to the special case man.
Yeah.
Oh, there he's. Hey, stranger. Where you been, Spacey?
Sent in his ambulance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fart control.
Hold it in for 10k.
Yeah.
Well, between 2 and 12k. At least you get a
24-hour ATM. 24-hour ATM. Hours
Right.
of operation. Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Oh, okay.
That's not even close to being 24 hours.
No, that's right. Our subs are an honest 8 inches, even when it's cold outside.
Yeah.
So what if it's not cold?
Twilight Zone, liquor, lounge and backstage store, free beer, topless bartenders, and false advertising.
Yes, topless beer.
What? There's no
and
free beer?
No, the beer's topless.
Oh.
Used cows for sale.
Used? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How many miles have they done?
You'd have to be Tasmanian for that one.
And what have they been used for?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Whoever stole our AC units, keep one. It is hot where you're going.
Where the coffee is cold.
Diapers and politicians should be changed often, both for the same reason.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah.
Because they're full of
shite. Stop, drop and roll. It won't work in hell.
I thought that was the that really contentious church for a minute, but
yeah, no,
it wasn't quite.
Pitter Pit, today's special. Buy any 2 pitters and pay for them both.
2 for 2. What a deal.
Yeah. Right lane must right left.
What?
What?
What? Go home.
That
son.
must
You're-
be right wrong.
What are
What?
you confused for, Terry? It's plain as day. Right lane must right left.
No.
Yeah.
Just no.
Uranus Fudge Factory. The best fudge comes from Uranus.
Yes, I'm glad you pronounced it Uranus.
Yeah. Do not breathe under the water.
Why not?
You're doing right.
They're not saying why you
Unless
can't.
you've
They're
got-
just saying not to do it.
Unless you've got a scuba tank on.
They should
Yeah.
put that as a disclaimer underneath for the reason. How are you supposed to understand that sign?
Lost cat reward if you find him and don't return him. Proposed promised girlfriend I'd put up a sign. Cat's a total pain in the ass. Tears up furniture, craps everywhere. Call if you find him and want to keep him. We'll pay dollars.
What's that down the bottom?
Girlfriend will probably be X by tonight.
Yeah. Booze, food and fun this way. Real life that way.
I think somebody's added that bit at the bottom.
Big Dick's halfway in resort.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah. New hand-tossed pizza.
With our own special sauce.
Yeah. Mr. Happy Crack says a dry crack is a happy crack.
I'm not waking up for these.
The crack team.
Oh dear. Yeah. Extreme fire changer. Don't even fart in the forest.
Okay.
Like, the back seat is no safer. Built up. You see what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's a slingshot.
Yeah. It's quite clever actually.
Yeah. I thought this was a clever ad.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's quite good.
It's filling up the truck.
Yeah.
Special.
Fresh
Fresh
crap.
crap.
$7.99 a pound.
Well, it's close. It says carp.
Yeah. No shitting, thank you. I thought this one was good too. If a parsley farmer is sued, can they garnish his wages?
Oh dear.
Do clouds ever look down on us and say, that one is shaped like an idiot? If they were, they'd be looking at Riley. Or...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. Just wash your hands.
Yeah, if you're a male, female, or an
Or an alien.
Alien.
Tonight's special. Nothing. Nothing is on special. You are not special.
Okay.
I like this one. McDonald's 200 metres. McDonald's 197 metres.
Oh, so it's 3 metres between that point and that point? Okay.
No, it's just mean you've gone 3 metres by the time you get to the next sign.
Oh, okay.
McDonald's drive-through. Try our new anus burger.
Somebody's pinched the
I
G.
think
Somebody's
there's a
pinched
G
the
missing there
There's a
somewhere.
G missing there.
No, burger's not spelt with 2 G's.
Yeah. We'd love to be sitting on your face.
Oh.
Cheap enough to say, fuck it, we'll go.
That's Phuket.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where we're back to the start.
Back to shit.
There you go.
Hey,
Oh,
thank
That's
you.
what
thank you.
it's actually
I'm
trying to advertise.
Oh dear. Casual Spacey said he's knackered. As long as you're not de-knackered,
Oh,
that'd be
he
worse.
did. Yeah. I was going to say, he did say he was engaged, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
How are we off for time for a little quizzy?
Well, I'm all set out, ready to go if you want.
Yeah, you're reading them. We
Yeah,
voted. We voted.
Yeah, I got
We voted.
Yeah, and if we're doing quizzes, I
Fleetwood
must
Mac.
stop looking at the side chat completely, mustn't I? Because I
Yes.
must not try.
Unanimous.
I must not try and do
executive-
stuff in both.
A unanimous executive decision was passed down that Pip's reading the question.
I'm going to like to read. Okay.
Fleetwood Mac.
42.
Well, it might appear. I had a PDF without it. Oh.
Peanut Gallery, is it okay Pip reads the question so she doesn't cheat?
Not that it makes a lot of odds to them, because they're
Oh,
not up
okay.
against Pip in here.
Yeah, we're the ones up against Pip here. Who are we up against out there? Oh, Dora's pretty fast.
Yeah, Dora's pretty good.
Don't mind a quiz out there in the Peanut Gallery? My
John
luck,
says he
missed
missed
science
the
quiz
science
last
quiz.
night. Oh,
We're not having
John-
another science on his general
Why-
knowledge. The hell that.
oh, John said he
General,
missed out.
a
Missed
round of
science.
general ignorance.
John said he missed science last night.
Oh, rewind it and try.
I'd never get it anyway.
Dora says only said double entendres.
Seth,
All right, we'll give you one.
Seth, votes for Pip to read.
No, I've never seen Fleetwood Mac in the science category.
Well,
it's not
that's
science,
good. This is general knowledge.
Oh dear, just as bad.
Things are looking up.
But
Very,
I'm willing to
very,
bet now that we're not going to have any answer at all today that says Fleetwood Mac.
Are you,
that-
Could almost
That's
guarantee-
disheartening.
is Blue in
I
this
might
or
just
is
need to
he
leave
asleep?
now.
You there, Blue, for the
First question's
quiz?
a music question, Frenchy, but it's not Fleetwood Mac.
It's the Beatles.
Oh, good, I hope not. Rather, it was the Stones.
I'd rather Simon and Garfunkel on a
Okay,
bender.
Math, I will win easily. I see the answers before I hear the question, so I just copy.
I don't think Blue's doing the quiz tonight.
Everyone hit F5 now.
Where's F5 on the mobile telephone?
Oh, well, you're all right. You're in here.
F5.
It's for people out in YouTube when they start answering questions that were like 2 questions ago. I mean, I've just looked at my YouTube page now, and I'm 13 minutes behind.
Good.
I seem to be live, but I'm looking at the studio page. Although, of course, I can't use the chat in there because the chat is about 15, 20 seconds behind.
Yeah, Finchy's
You see,
thumb just went down, so that's how long ago. Hey.
Blue's crushing.
Oh, I forgot the thumbs up. There we go. See,
Yeah,
I
if
have
I'll
my
do it.
Zoom window over the YouTube
Yeah, me too.
bit. And then I pop the side chat out.
Right,
See,
ready?
I don't have that. I don't get that advanced technology on the
No,
telemic phone.
that's why you need to be on a PC with like at least 2 screens.
I
Yeah.
might have set up my 4th screen in the last couple of hours. So
Yeah. I haven't got room for more than 2 screens.
First was so easy when they're on the same page.
This isn't that big.
Careful, Peter. Don't leave any windows open. I might just hop around and stick my hand in.
Cal says F5, bugger it. Do not hit Alt F4. I never have. I don't know what we're talking about if I did. Okay, we're ready.
Yes.
Right. Number 1. If you had pogonophobia, what would you be afraid of?
What sort of phobia?
Pogono.
Blimey.
Okay, and
Not joking.
This is good.
The answers.
That's
So,
as good a
so
guess.
I either got that right, or someone's got the same sense of humour as I do.
There.
Yeah, me. Except I was quicker with my sense of humour.
Yeah.
I
Well, we
like the
know-
way John Rapp's going. Pogonophobia apparently is a fear of Fleetwood Mac.
and it's not co-hosted.
Oh,
Oh, I got scared then.
I haven't the faintest idea what that could be.
Clue, let me think. I hate them.
You hate them?
I'm not
Oh, that narrow-
phobic about them, but I hate them.
Oh, that narrows it down. What do you hate?
I just don't like bouncing up and down and not knowing which way I'm going to go.
the only
I
thing
like
I've ever heard you go crooked before is putting spiders up on the.
I know, I'm just
But that's
I used to have a,
only
I used to have
men
a cat.
have them.
oily men.
Only men.
Oh,
We have a correct answer. Well done, Carl. Carl knows me too well.
I was just typing it there.
What's the question?
I remember now.
yes. Now I know she hates me.
Yeah, I had a shave this morning, like
Yeah.
I do every morning.
Carl got it. Technically,
Lockdown's not finished yet, so
it's a fear of beards. Farmer's boy and Carl.
What, like Mary Beard?
Hairy beards.
Hair is scary beards.
Okay. Question 2. Who would take silk as part of their job?
Who would take silk?
SILK.
Yeah. Take it.
Yes, it's a fear of beards, Carl. No, I'm going to take that, but it's not the right word. Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It was a guess. Why would you beard me then? Who would take silk? Yep, Fred Bailey. Well, I've got barrister, but I'll take lawyer. That's fine.
Yeah, I think a lawyer becomes a barrister when he takes silk.
Quite possibly.
That's when they get to wear their white wigs. What did you put? The Chinese trade minister. Right. Who won an Oscar for The African Queen?
Oh,
You okay?
I can't remember. No.
was it him?
I believe so, yes.
I could see him straight away, and it was just a matter of accessing what his bloody name was.
Isn't he the bloke that looks like Wallace from Wallace and Gromit?
No.
Wrong one.
It wasn't that one, farmers. I know that.
No, it wasn't him.
If I said the African Queen, the person. Yep, Boggs. I think it's Humphrey Bogart, really not. But Bogart will do it. I'm going to get Bogart, so Bogart's fine.
Yeah, not Dirk Diggler.
Humphrey Bogart, was it not? Yeah.
Not Dirt Diggler.
I thought it was going to be Dirt.
Yeah, it was
Dirk
Humphrey
Fiddler.
Bogart.
Yeah. Humphrey Bogart, well done, Boggs. Okay, these are so easy. Who sang the theme song in 95?
Who?
Who sang
Who
what?
sang the theme song of 9 to 5?
Oh,
Working 9 to 5. What a way.
Woohoo!
Woo!
Yeah, that's because I
Fleetwood
keep
Mac.
capitalising words that should have capital letters on them. That costs time.
Yeah, well, I had to beat you occasionally. Just
Well,
once.
Well,
That's
I-
all I asked for.
Goes, woohoo! What if you were wrong?
No, but I'm
Pip,
not.
this is
Yeah, but we're not wrong.
Pip.
Yeah.
This is the Fleetwood Mac question, isn't it?
No. I've never heard them do 9 to 5. That would be an interesting version.
First out there was Dave Illegal, and first down here, Peter Harrington. It was Dolly Parton. That's too easy. Ringo Starr narrates which television series?
Oh, tell me I bet him again.
No. Oh, you did.
Oh.
Yeah. You did. You did.
That's
It's only because you can't spell.
Oh well, he's gonna care.
I do.
Carl says I started typing Polly Darton.
I even dropped the E at the end so that I'd just
I
get it out
know.
that little bit quicker.
Well, that's a totally different name. You even pronounce it differently.
And we have a correct answer in the side chat as well. Boggs, well done. Thomas the Tank Engine. Well done, Peter.
What? Finch.
What did he put?
He's just said. Oh, never mind.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. Does it rhyme with tank?
No.
Okay.
That was meant to go to everyone.
Oh, right.
He sent he sent Bottle Top Bill and his best friend Corky.
Nebulously. Okay. Which country grows the most fruit?
Blimey.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No.
Nope.
No. Given its size.
Nope.
That's not even real.
Isn't that Hawaii? Nope. Now we have a correct answer in the peanut gallery.
I should have known. They ship it here all the time. So
Correct answer, indeed. Who got first? Dora was China. We had
Don't they eat
Pineapple
all of our
Island.
apples?
Pineapple Island, I don't think.
And
Yeah,
the
they-
United States of Austria.
they don't eat their own apples because they glow in the dark.
Okay, next question. What would you do with a Maris Piper?
What can't you do with a Maris Piper?
Exactly. Well, yeah. A bit more generic, I guess. Not necessarily. The skin's quite good too. Okay, we'll just go. The answer I've got is eat it, but yes, we'll go with save illegal, boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew.
Yep.
Who's first in here? Alan Evans. Cook it. Yeah. It's a potato.
Because I wouldn't eat it raw, is the thing.
It is the favoured one of chip shops.
Yeah.
Alan, you sent all of those to me, and we started a bit of a back and forth.
Oh, how did that happen?
I'm not sure, Alan.
Finchy, did you send a message privately to Alan like you did to me?
Yes.
Because if you do, it stays on private. The recipient has to switch it back to everyone because I had to. And I bet that's why Finchy did it.
Right, Finchy.
Hey, that'd be a strategy for somebody to cheat on the panel by doing that, and then a person will go to put the answer in first, and they'll go buggo.
Hey, Terry.
Why underagers are not allowed in the pub?
Hey, Terry, I've already got my 2 answers right for this quiz.
So he's happy. He's done.
Are you right for a bit of help, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, wink,
Hint,
wink,
hint,
nudge,
nudge,
nudge.
nudge.
Okay, I'll try this then. In Casablanca, what is the name of the nightclub? Oh, John, is my accent annoying you? I'm sorry. Accentitis. I'll give you accentitis.
What accent?
Oh, I know.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's that.
Nope.
If it's not that, it's not.
It's not that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Correct answer.
okay, okay. Okay. It
Hang
could
on,
be
hang
that,
on.
It could be this then.
I've got a really good answer.
No.
Saber Legal is correct. And
You forgot the end.
right.
I don't care.
Saber Legal says Rick's place. Mick's place is in Crocodile Dundee too.
Oh yeah.
Next.
What was
What was the first James Bond book?
Oh, the book. Oh,
I don't have any idea.
Yep.
Ooh. Now, can we just get something clear? Is it the first book that James Bond was in, or the first James Bond book?
The first James Bond book.
I can't aim.
Well, some of them are actually short, just short stories, aren't they?
Go to the doctor.
Yeah, that's exactly why I asked. There's one that
Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just reading the questions.
Spy Who Loved Pineapple.
Yep, correct answers are in Point and Laughs first with Casino Royale and Farmer's Boy.
Okay, Casino Royale. Wow.
What kind of animal is a lurcher?
Farmer was first.
A lot of quick type in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have one that we were supposedly looking after for some friends for a couple of weeks and ended up being stuck with it for a bloody year. Useless animal.
I had one, but I lost it.
I don't like dogs. I don't do dogs.
And I found it.
Why the hell
2
did
days
you
later.
write chicken? Be serious now.
Oh.
It's important.
Yeah, wrong word.
Wrong everything.
Wrong everything. Not even a bloody mammal. And first in the Peanuts is Boggs with dog. And who was quickest in here? Farmers.
Just
Dog with dog.
by about a quarter of a second, I think.
What, you heard me banging the keys, did you?
Exactly. As I was bagging it, it was like, quick.
That's far too easy. In fact, I don't think that is anymore, so we'll ignore that one. Next question, because I ran out of what number I'm at. What is the Islamic equal to the Red Cross?
Uh, 42.
Yes.
Mm.
Did Pip ask what a lurcher is? A lecture is. It's a Catholic priest. Lurcher, I said lurch.
No, lorry drivers are trained how to lech. You have to lech out of the window. I think that was an old not the 9 o'clock news routine.
Well done, Steve Legal and Alan Evans. It was the Red Crescent. Oh, good grief, that's too. How did Alfred Noble make his money?
Who's Alfred Noble?
Thankfully,
with us.
I take spelling mistakes. I'm not as bad as that cherry blue. Yep, Saber Legal's on a roll today. Saber Legal and blue, both correct with dynamite.
Does explosives count?
Yeah, but I took it, but you went first anyway.
No, I'm not worried about being first. I want the points.
Right, okay, I want an answer, a specific answer to this one, please. What are Monroes?
Monroe.
Are they a pair?
There's a lot of them. No?
I'm going to spell it wrong. Pip, I'm sorry.
Oh. I don't know what fucking business.
Do you want me to actually spell check it? I will if you want.
No, it's okay. I just don't know what you're trying to say.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Oh.
There was a Les Munro who flew a 617 squadron on the Dam
No,
Busters
well,
race.
not him. No.
Yeah.
They've illegal again. Good grief.
Oh.
Mountains in Scotland.
Yep.
Oh,
I haven't got
no,
that.
they're actually a piercing.
Oh, it's a piercing. Monroe, is it?
Yeah.
I'm
yeah,
not asking for
Oh,
it.
you mean a bit like a Prince Albert?
Like a Prince Albert, but
Oh.
only different.
Only different. Ooh, yay. Okay.
At least I think I got one right that nobody else got. Yay!
Yay! Well done, Alan.
I beg your pardon, I never saw you. Hang on.
Right after my Dynamite Lands production.
Oh, mountains in Scotland. Yep. Well done, Alan.
Not that I spelt it very well, but
No, but
Yeah.
I don't seem to count in here.
Car question.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
If I can pronounce it.
Oh, no.
Which car company makes the Celica?
That's too easy.
Celica.
Too easy. Too easy.
Fleetwood
Yeah,
Mac.
I
Motor
even
Company,
disregarded the spelling because that doesn't seem to count in here.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Just close enough.
Yeah.
We all got that one right, Pip. Next question.
Just let the peanuts catch up.
Ah, no. Dora, shame on you. And Carl.
Yeah.
Yeah, point left first with Toyota. And quickest, fastest typer, Farmer's Boy.
Toy motor.
Toy boater. But that was a Hilux, wasn't
thing.
it?
Amphibious
Toyota
highlights.
Tercel was the toy motor turtle.
How do you pronounce it anyway? Celica, is it?
Celica.
Celica.
Celica. Okay.
Get your twin cam Corolla.
Who discovered radium? Answers.
Yeah, Alan got it right
Yep.
first. Or Farmer did.
Excuse me, I'm in charge today.
Well, it depends on if you're on the first name or
No, the second name.
or just the surname.
I've just got the surname.
That's why I just went for the surname is quicker. Not that I care about being first, of course.
Illegal is correct. Actually, my sheet says the Curies, so Curie's fine. First in here was Farmer's Boy.
Yeah, it's usually credited to Marie Curie, isn't it?
What does an alopecia sufferer lack?
I was going to give a bit of useless information for her because didn't she die of the sickness to do with the studies?
Yeah.
Yeah, she died of radiation poisoning. Because that's what she spent all of her time studying.
Yeah.
Yep, John Rat first. And Farmer's Boy, lack of hair.
Yeah, something I don't suffer from. I really want a haircut.
Yeah, me too.
Who painted the Haywain?
I'll give you a haircut, Terry.
No.
Wrong. Choice of turn, I got the wrong one.
Wrong one.
Come on, Alan, considering where you're living at the moment.
Now, come on. Constable Country's much further down. That's the Essex-Suffolk border, not the Norfolk-Suffolk border.
All right, we'll give you that. Even so,
Yeah.
I have actually been to where the Hayway was painted as well.
yeah.
I'll be sure Sabre Legal's not in Discord.
The Stour Valley.
Yeah, it's the correct answer. Sabre Legal and Farmer's Boy. Constable. Dublin. Okay. Oh, a Greek word I can say. There we go. Triskaidekaphobia is the fear of what?
Who did what now?
The what?
Okay, I'll say it in English. Triskaidekaphobia is a fear of what? In Greek, it's triskaidekaphobia.
Can you use it in a sentence, please?
I suffer from triskaidekaphobia. Nope. Think. I'm going to say think of the first three letters, but not make any sense. Yeah. Excuse me, Sabre Legal. Where the hell are you hearing that? It is correct. The number 13.
Oh. How come Sabre's getting these?
I don't know. Something's happening.
Something is afoot, and I don't mean 12 inches.
Well, they're not cheating.
He'll have his quality turned down so he gets them in more close to real time.
They're definitely not in Discord cheating, so I can tell you that.
Webcam's turned off and everything. Okay. Okay. Really easy one this time. Really. Finchy, you should get this because it's really easy.
Was it Fleetwood Mac?
Very nice. No.
Fleetwood Mac. Oh, I was about to type the answer and ready to go there.
What is a baby rabbit called?
Baby rabbit? That's just a snack.
Oh, it's no good then what I reckon.
Dinner.
No, you need more than one of them for a dinner. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sorry, guys, you're going to have to kick Sabre Legan out because
What
you said the question.
No, Alan, that's the wrong one. That's
How the hell did I end up there? How the hell did I end up there?
I don't know.
And that's a hare. That's not
Yeah,
right.
that's a baby hare is a leveret.
Well, you could make that out of it, what I typed.
Lot of bones in there.
I haven't been in that. Oh, I know what happened. I tried approving a post that wanted approving, and I must have
stuck in there.
That left you in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Alan, can you learn how to control your mouse?
Anywho, Sabre Legal is correct, and I don't know who was first down here.
Well, I'll leave the approving stuff to the other mods then.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gravity was kitten.
Kitten or kit.
So what, shish kebab? No good. Okay.
No.
You need a few rabbits to make a decent meal, let alone young'uns.
So it's not Fleetwood Cat then?
No, it's put Fleetwood Kitten, I would have took it.
I was close though, wasn't I? I was very close with Fleetwood Cat.
That's close as you've got so far, yes. Which country had the Dauphin as its ruler?
Has a what?
Dauphin.
A dauphin?
Yep. Dauphin. Dauphin.
I know I got this one right.
It's like a misspelt dolphin.
You got it correct. But you went first.
Ooh.
I know.
Oh, something happening in the chat. There we go. Sabre Legal. Well done, France. Correct answer. Alan. Okay, another film. Both names required.
Okay.
Because that says it in the question. Who did Michael Caine play in the Ipcress file?
Oh! How many times have I seen that film?
I don't know how many times you've seen that film.
Ah.
I'm going to say I had the first name, but
I had the first name, and then it took a second or two to get the second one.
No one, George Smiley, no. Sorry. Sabre Legal is wrong.
George Smiley was the character from Tinker Tailor Soldier. Oh, nearly said it. Spy.
Yeah, and several other books by John le Carre.
Yes.
Finchy, you're wrong. That's his brother.
Ah, I knew
Now, if
there
you
was
changed
some.
the
That's
surname,
probably
you'd have a
brother.
very excellent horror writer. If you changed it to Barker,
Yes,
you'd
yeah.
have Clive Barker,
Got most of his books.
who gave us Hellraiser, amongst other things. His books of blood are the best ones.
Not a lot of people know that. Yes, Fred Bailey is correct, and Farmer's Boy is correct. Harry Palmer.
Clive.
You won't know
Harry.
that. Kind of
Harry Palmer.
Did I spell his name wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got hairy. Harry Palmer.
Harry
Harry
Harry.
Palmer.
No, that'd count because the Harry is a thing.
Okay, ready, guys? I should know this. Which country had the guns of Navarone installed?
Oh,
That's it?
that country.
Nope.
Somewhere near the
It
water.
was either that one or
I should have.
it was either that one or
The Aussies are too far away. The Brits are close.
I'm going to say, ignore the first half of the last question that I forgot to delete.
Bangladesh? No.
What?
We're in the middle.
Oh, dear, it's the guns have never run. Oh, blimey.
Oh dear.
Well, everybody's putting Greece, but that's not
I
what
thought
I've got.
they protected Gibraltar or something.
Oh, golly, golly.
Well,
That's
Navarone
long
was
time
supposed to
people
be
see
a
it.
Greek island.
Yeah, but it must belong to the country that they're always fighting with.
What, Italy or Germany?
Not a delightful country.
Oh, no, because
I'm just telling you, I've got in the paper. I don't
the
know.
paper's very, very wrong.
Okay. I will
Surprised me.
tell them.
Yeah, because that country you were talking about wasn't occupied by the Germans.
I have got, here we go. Unless I've misread it. No, I haven't misread it. Copy. This is what it says. Okay, I'll go with consensus and say Greece, but my answer was Turkey.
Yeah, they've got that wrong because that was the whole point. They needed to be able to get rid of the German guns so they could get down past Turkey with the boats full of British troops.
Okay. I believe you.
Yeah, Dora's helping you.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do ichthyologists study?
No, ick, not X. Ick, I-C-T-H, isn't it? Ick.
Guess I'm going to have to go posher today. Yep. Fish.
Icks.
My wife.
Many machines on X.
It's right on all answers there.
Oh, okay. I'm dreading the answers for this next one. What is a Winston Churchill? Phew. John Rapp, bugger off. We have one correct answer in the internal.
Man having the tug with a dictator. How dare you speak about our dear Winnie like that?
Yep. Carl Edwards, you are first with cigar, and Alan in here.
It was either going to be something to do with smoking or drinking.
I'll be honest, if I don't know, I'll come up with something new.
We noticed.
Okay, who or what lives in a formicarium? You know, get I had to be very careful saying that one.
Please
I'll go
don't
with that.
next time.
Go with that.
I could have gone with such a better answer.
I'm just going to wait to see if anybody comes up with it after Sable. Transformites. Okay, nobody has. Yes, it was ants. Formicarium. Yeah, Sable Eagle and whoever was in here because didn't really look.
Alan.
Okay.
Alan was first.
What type of acid is used in car batteries?
I know that one too.
It's not the fun kind.
No.
Oh, bloody hell.
I got it.
Blue got it.
I kind of got it.
Yeah.
I got it as well, I think.
Thank God for autocorrect on my phone.
Yeah, you did, Alan.
Oh, it's that one. I thought it was the other one.
Yep, Sable Eagle, sulfuric, and first in here was
Blue.
probably what
Blue.
Alan wrote.
H2SO4.
H2SO4.
Sulfuric. Alan's not showing off in this
Sulfuric acid.
bloody writing.
That's cheap.
I didn't need to know
I think
that.
Big Blue got it first.
Big
Yeah,
Blue got
yeah,
it first.
Blue got
I couldn't actually remember that it was sulfuric acid, but I could remember that it was H2SO4.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, Irish Stew. You might want to check your car batteries. Lysergic acid.
That would definitely take you on a trip. It's a flock of sheep, but what's a group of owls called? Oh, that's the wrong button.
Yeah, I just said what else are you going to call them?
No.
It's wrong. I know that. It's like crows. It's like something weird and strange and different.
And you can
it's
put
an
this
odd
down
name, you must admit.
to a bunch of 19th century clergymen who thought themselves to be into botany and biology and everything else. And they're the idiots who came up with all these stupid names for groups of animals. All came about
Sable Eagle, make your mind up.
in the late Victorian era. That's why you've got stupid names for groups of things.
If it's like a murder of crows, Peter.
Exactly. Why would you call it a murder?
I'm going to go with the
Well,
Sable's
because
first
they
answer,
murder
which
a
is
lot of
wrong.
other animals, don't they?
I'm going to disregard your second answer, which is correct. Point and laugh, you get it. It's a parliament.
See, a parliament of owls. I mean, that's just fucking ridiculous.
They're supposed to be wise, aren't they?
Well, you show me one wise parliament.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Have you ever
That's
seen?
the problem.
There's no comparison there at all.
If an owl is so intelligent, why do they still thud into windows?
They're not intelligent. Oh, they're stupid.
They're just very
Eyes
clever
take up
hunters.
most of their head.
They can't even finish their own sentence. When you hear an owl going to it to you're listening to two. They're talking to each other. One says one half of it, and the other half says the other one says the latter half. They don't. One's just going twit, and it's another one who's going. Twoo.
Never trust anything that can look straight down and see its own ass.
My ass look. No, hang on. Oh no, I'm fine. Yeah, okay.
Have you seen the pictures of a wet owl?
Yeah.
Have you seen the
No.
picture of a plucked owl?
Yeah, well, they're the same, but
It's
same. But
it's
there's
a scary looking thing.
there is nothing of them. They're built like a.
Legs up to their armpits.
Yep.
Okay, next. Who in books and films was the man of bronze?
It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't
Spit
remember
it
it.
out.
Oh, there was a
Someone
whole...
sounds like Winston
There was-
Churchill.
I can't remember. I just can't remember it. I can picture it, and I remember the crappy old TV series, but
I don't remember it at all.
What's the question again, Pip?
Who in books and films was the man of bronze?
I'll kick myself when you give us the answer because I just can't remember it.
No, Carl, it's not Arnold.
No,
Yeah, I know it's not Stark either.
No.
Not Mad Max.
not Mad Max.
Not
And
him.
he was almost like a superhero, but he wasn't
Mhm.
really a superhero. But he had a little sort of coterie.
Oh,
of-
I know. I know. I know.
And I think they did the TV series. It was it the 70s? Was it maybe a bit older than that?
I'm not into that kind of genre.
No, he wasn't called Skippy the Bush Fleetwood Mac. No.
Yay, we have a correct answer.
Yes, that's it.
Doc Savage.
Yes. Doc Savage.
No, not a clue.
That's what Google said as
I
well.
think that might have been the 70s, possibly.
What kind of food is Cullen skink?
Oh, there's another one I can't remember.
Could you repeat the question? Because I think I misunderstood it.
What kind of food is Cullen skink?
Oh, yeah, I got that 100%.
Can you give us a hint by like where it's cooked?
It's cooked
Like
in
a-
Scotland.
Oh, then it could be anything. Haggis. It's a haggis-based meal. I don't know.
I don't
Chicken
know.
focaccia.
I've heard of it, but I couldn't tell you what it is.
Yep, Carl Edwards and Alan Evans. It's fish.
Yeah.
What kind of smoked haddocky, soupy, vile thing?
Is that like shit, what's its name again?
It's like Fleetwood Mac, but in food form.
Oh, are you talking? No, you're talking about Stevie Nicks in food form.
No, that's a pie.
Oh,
Oh, don't.
no,
Yes, she would be, if she was a drag queen, she would be fishy. Yeah.
she is.
Okay. What plant does the Colorado beetle attack?
Remember all the fuss when they first came over here? It's going
Yeah.
back a few years.
Bacon plant. Now, wouldn't it be nice if you could grow your own bacon?
My dad used to. They're called
Oh,
peas.
well, I mean, from the ground.
Up until the late 70s, and he got rid of them all. You can see which way the market was going.
You don't exactly keep their roots in pots, though.
No.
Come on. Table must be lagging now.
Yeah, cactus. That's what I was thinking, Dark Man, but it's not right.
Did I miss something?
I think I heard Colorado and jumped to conclusions.
Where did you put? Oh, dear, dear. Why is there nothing coming up in the peanut gallery?
So there is now.
There is. There's heaps.
Oh, Cullen
You've
skink.
got Dora says potato. John
Oh,
Rapp
I
says
haven't
cactus.
Hang on.
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
Seagull eagle.
If you have
Says
to type
trees.
that in
Got it now.
popped
Got it now.
out, it's slower.
Yeah, it popped out. Got it now. Tree, sweet, Fred Bailey, potato, Dora. Oh, Dora was first. And I believe Farmer's Boy was first. Yeah,
Because it's easy to write than potato.
I've refreshed. I should be all right now. To where in France do the sick make pilgrimages? Yep.
Under the bonnet, son.
Where in
I like-
France?
I like Big Blue's answer.
Yeah, the next country over.
Well, they got a better
Oh,
health
hiding.
system.
Hiding in the back of a lorry. Yep, Sarah Legal and Alan Lourdes. Christopher Cockrell invented what? That was good.
You might have discovered
Which
his
one?
own though, too.
The Christian one, of course.
What about the other 6,000 odd?
Oh no, they've got nothing to do with it.
I'm talking
Christian
about the
one's better.
feathered variety.
Ah, cockerel. Condoms. Yep, Fred Bailey and Farmer's Boy with the hovercraft.
My hovercraft is full of eels.
Zafram invented the warp drive. Ray Bolger played who in The Wizard of Oz?
Oh, I don't know. It's a toss-up.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Wrong.
Oh, we're wrong,
Well, he didn't
Farmer.
play-
You went for the same as me, and we're both wrong
Yeah.
now.
There's only one thing I know he didn't play,
And that was Dorothy.
and that was Dorothy. Other than that,
What about the
who knows?
Witch of the West?
What, Hanoi Hannah? Oh no,
How,
it's
how
Wicked Witch
about
of the
how
East.
about this one then?
The monkeys.
So
No, he didn't play the dog. No.
we have a correct answer in the side chat. First man to type it wins. Yay, there we go. It was a scarecrow.
Oh,
Yeah, but you don't get it, Farmer. Sorry.
okay.
Well done, Sable Eagle. Sabotage is French. What did the saboteurs use?
What?
Exactly. Sabotage is French.
Yes.
What did the saboteurs use? Basically,
I'll go with that.
the English, what is sabo in English? It's a pretty silly question.
Wasabo, something totally different.
I suppose with the original saboteurs, what did they use to sabotage?
Oh, Gravity, did you have to do that? That's a naked owl.
Oh, so it is.
Oh no, we're watching owl pornos now. This isn't good.
I told you they were horrid.
I know, I've seen them before. They are bloody horrid.
We have a correct answer in the peanut gallery. French is sabo is French for shoes, so they originally used shoes. I don't know about
Who said shoes?
Dora.
Oh, you said peanut gallery. Oh, I
There's
spun out
another-
a bit.
Very random question. Which part of the human body contains the most gold?
Gold.
Teeth.
It's not, but it's kind of.
I disagree. You've never seen my father.
Hope you and I are right, Finchy.
No, because when
Don't say table. Oui, oui.
no, hang on, because yeah, maybe because that's what happens when you get heavy metal poisoning. Is that's
Yeah,
what
but that's not. Yeah, gold's heavy, but that's not quite right. It's
well, gold's a toxin, isn't it? So wouldn't it?
I think you've got them on your hands and feet, but this is pertaining to the feet.
Oh,
There you go.
What?
I know. If that's where yours is, Finch, I would definitely get to the doctor.
I'd definitely disagree with that. When my dad
You're
was alive,
overestimating, Finchy.
yeah, when my dad was alive, he definitely had more in his teeth.
But I do find it a little bit puzzling because gold doesn't get digested by the human body at all, which is why in some bizarre novelty foods they actually have a gold leaf.
Yeah.
Because it just passes completely through you.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, with
tool.
gold is a heavy metal that can cause heavy metal poisoning. So when it hits your liver,
no, it's not heavy. No, it's not. It's a heavy metal, as in it's dense.
Yeah,
but
heavy metal is something that'll kill you.
It has to be reactive, and because gold's not reactive, it can't be absorbed into the system.
No, you can eat gold leaf and things and not.
Yeah, you can eat gold.
What is it? What is it mixed with?
It will just pass right through you.
Yeah. So because it's the salts from the, like mercury salts and stuff like that when they were making the fur hats. It's the fumes and stuff that you breathe in that makes you go mad.
Yeah.
Whereas you don't get that with gold.
Okay, I can't remember who got it out there. Anyway, save illegal. Right. If you had rubella, what would you have caught?
Rubella.
Yep.
I was close with me spelling this time.
Yeah, nearly. One extra letter. But you kind of left a whole word out.
Oh, come on.
No, it's two different things altogether.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, definitely.
What is the difference between?
So one speaks with a different accent.
I know.
That's it. That's the whole difference.
Well, you can catch one,
and
you have to get a jag when you're hitting puberty as a female. You need a jag against the other one.
Well, you definitely need it if you're a young man too.
But
because
females get it because it'll.
Yeah, because if a young man gets it, the temperatures that are reached can actually cook everything down there, so they no longer work.
Yeah, it's the old MMR jab.
Yep.
Yeah, but girls get the rubella when they're 12ish.
Just imagine.
German measles was there.
Blue, don't mention the war.
I did, but I think I got away with it.
Yeah. Yes, there is indeed a triple vaccine for measles, mumps, and rubella.
Yeah, MMR jab.
But females get the German measles rubella jag when they're about 12.
I had, because Rosie was concerned about her about Harry when he was born, she asked if I could make sure I was up to date with all my vaccinations, and I actually had to go and have the MMR earlier this year.
Oh, I think we got that when we was about 11 or 12.
I never got it.
I don't know. It didn't come in until 1987 or 88 MMR.
No earlier than that.
Just I
got it at school.
Did you?
Yep.
I don't think you'd have got MMR because MMR didn't come in until 87 or 88.
Have you got a scar on your left arm?
Yes.
Well, no, you didn't. That was your baby jag.
See?
No, this wasn't a baby jab because we had it done at school.
MMR, you sure?
My sister had it done at school too.
You sure it wasn't? The BCG.
Oh, it might have been.
Yeah, everybody gets
BCG.
Yeah. That's about
that. I did after school. Yeah.
Might have been that then. Yeah. I don't know. It's a long time ago.
It would have been
just about the age you go from junior school to secondary school.
And they give it in your wrist to see if there's a reaction.
Yeah.
Okay, on with the quiz.
Yeah.
Mohs scale hardest substance is diamond. What is the softest? That's their own bloody window again.
Didn't we have this one the other day?
Yeah, it was worded differently, but yeah. That was the softest mineral, I think, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, different way of asking the same.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I thought straight away for the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, answers talc, curled and sable, and farmer's boy. Who is La Gioconda?
Who?
Who or what is La Gioconda?
I heard of it, but I couldn't tell you who or what it is. It does ring a vague bell.
Italian.
Oh yeah.
No.
If someone
Well, you
was
see where
wanting to,
Finch's mind is today.
if someone was wanting to spell that, Pip, how would they spell it?
They would spell it
It's all right. I was joking. It's all right.
La Gioconda.
L.A.
Giaconda.
What?
G-I.
Oh no.
Right answers there.
G-O.
G-I-A.
G-O.
G-G-O.
C-O-N-D-A. Giaconda. Is the Mona Lisa. Okay.
Remember that ad, Peter? G-O.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
That's a wee ripper.
Point and laugh. Well done.
Are they on about?
No, these pommies have got no idea what we're talking about.
It's an Australian ad. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
But the bloke wasn't Australian that did the ad, though.
No.
His accent was somewhere in the Northern Hemisphere.
Hard day's work needs a big cold beer, and the best cold beer is
Carlton Draft.
Carlton Draft.
Amstel. Taken literally, what should you see in a hippodrome?
Hippies.
Hippodrome.
Hippos.
Taken literally. Dora, that's nice cheese, Dora. Lavashkiri. Okay. Yep, Sable Eagle horses. Alan Evans horse racing.
Sounds like somebody sending something Morse code.
That's the cool
that's
I can hear Morse code.
Apparently that's my phone.
Is it an if it's SOS, I don't know what I can do about it.
If you look in fair suck in Discord, you'll see what I mean.
Okay, somebody's going out the door.
Ruff, ruff.
Incredibly stupid thing to do.
Oh, it's the capital of Ethiopia.
Blimey. Oh yeah.
Belarus is a country, Finch, not a capital.
It came to mind. So
Nobody's given the obvious answer so far. E. Sif's got it. E. Thank you.
Yeah, Addis Ababa, Sable Eagle, and Alan. Eric Arthur Blair was the real name of which author?
Who again?
Oh, bollocks. That's one of the ones I used to know.
Eric Arthur Blair.
Eric Arthur Blair. EAB.
I can't remember.
What's this?
Okay, big clue. 1984. Oh, thank you.
Oh, Finch.
I had a moment. I thought I was thinking of year 9 English, and I thought, oh yes, I remember this one. And I remembered, oh, hang
Christ,
on,
what did he
that was
write?
of Mice and Men.
Oh,
Of
yeah.
Mice and Men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did it too.
Because I was reading 1984 at the same time. I was like, oh, yeah, of course.
No,
I
that's
have
fair.
Farmer's Boy and Sable Eagle with George Orwell.
I need a slack around the head for that.
Who wrote the opera Madame Butterfly?
Oh, I know
And it
this.
wasn't Fleetwood Mac.
Oh, I know who it was.
No, it wasn't Susan Boyle. No.
And even my second attempt to spell it correctly is completely.
We know we know who you mean.
I don't care if it's spelling.
I'm not going to copy because I couldn't remember it.
Mr. Caterpillar, no. Genre, you're correct, and Alan is correct. Puccini.
Yes.
That's a nice kind of cheese, isn't it?
Which non-alcoholic cordial is made from
Oh, I know this one.
Shush, reading place.
Made from who?
Pomegranates.
Don't know, but it sounds revolting.
We had this the other day too.
You put it in a tequila sunrise.
Mm-hmm. And it sounds like pomegranate.
No.
Sounds like a guard.
Oh, that's it. And I'm sorry if I spelt that wrong.
Yeah, that's the guard, but I know what you mean.
What you mean, that one?
That's the fella.
Yeah.
No, I knew this one.
Buckfast.
Oh.
Do you know there are Buckfast connoisseurs?
No such thing.
Yep. They come into the shop when I worked in the ethnic store across the road. They used to come in and check the number on the bottle. They wanted a certain number.
You need connoisseur in that garbage.
Yep. The ALPS want a certain number.
Right answer is Granny D.
Grenadier. It's a
I never
Grenadier
quite-
guard.
I never claimed to spell. I never claimed to be able to spell.
Okay, nothing in the peanut gallery. It's grenadine.
Maybe we should start doing spelling bees.
No.
Well,
And
Don't
then
go
I'll
down that road.
And then I'll judge it, and it'll be on phonetic spelling.
yeah, I learned. Oh, good grief. I'm not reading that. That's too hard a word. Which 1993 Disney film starred Bette Midler as a witch? You don't get out.
What year is it? Sorry.
1993.
Well, it's not. It's nothing to do with Hogwarts.
No.
I'm fairly. Actually, that's wrong.
You were.
It's to do with.
It's to do with that, but it's wrong.
I can see the right
Yeah,
answer in the
it's wrong.
peanut gallery.
Yeah.
Bette Midler.
The answer's up in the side channel now, so you like it's Hocus Pocus.
Hocus. Fairly certain I've never seen that.
Quite good actually.
Did anyone
Probably not.
did anyone in the internal chat get it right?
It only has
Cherry
to come up in the peanut gallery, but I suppose you can have it.
Begrudgingly, yeah. Go on then.
I'm not doing another film one. Giacomo Agostini got 122 Grand Prix and 15 world titles in what sport?
Oh, the motorbike guys had to put in that answer in.
Yep. Yes, it's 1993, sir. So my baby was born that year.
No.
27 years ago.
No.
Yes, I'm telling you, yes. Because he played.
Right,
Careful, I'll go and get the kazoo in a minute if you're not
John, who
careful.
you calling Alan Davies? It's Alan Evans.
What?
Oh, I was under the impression you two were married.
It was indeed motorcycle racing.
It was.
And how exactly would I make YouTube make the chat go properly?
Can't.
I don't know.
It's working fine for me.
Yep. Which human rights organisation, founded in 1961, got a Nobel Prize in 1977?
Could you repeat that, please?
Find it. If I can find it. Which human rights organisation, founded in 61, got a Nobel Prize in 77?
What, for taking all the money?
Nope. Nope.
Not a clue then.
Nope.
Am I on the right track here?
Yeah. Nope.
Oh, I said that one too. That's a whole different type of issues.
Yeah.
And I think they won more than just a Nobel Prize, to tell you the truth.
I don't remember the Bader-Meinhof getting a Nobel Prize.
It is a human rights organisation. Look it up.
Bader-Meinhof. Human rights and Bader-Meinhof. That's not something I ever expected to see put together.
The answer's out there. It was Amnesty International.
Ah.
Oh, them.
Whose autobiography was called The Long Walk to Freedom? Mm-hmm. Terry, just shout when you want me to stop, because there's 1,000 questions.
How many questions are you on?
There's 1,000 questions. Just say stop.
Oh, I thought there was a limit.
That's rabbit burrow.
We must be on about 40 odd questions by now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not counting.
Okay,
We've been going for an hour now.
5 minutes.
Okay. Gravity Guru and Sable Eagle are correct. Nelson Mandela.
I thought one was better. Nelson Mandela Effect.
I thought mine was right.
I think Finchie's is the funniest, though.
David Attenborough.
What were discovered in 1922 by Howard Carter? You spell it correctly. No, never mind.
1932?
I think that's what I read. 22.
22.
You're thinking of that ad 13, 30, 32.
Oh, what's the one? It's something straight.
It's garbage.
The only one I can think of.
Howard Carter, point left.
The only one I can think of like that, Finchie, is accidentally Kelly Street.
Oh.
Because remember, And there was a
Paul
street
Cooper.
number, a street name.
No, I'm not reading that one.
It was like some subliminal message. Pre-2000s.
Alan
take-
Evans and Carl Edwards' sock account are both correct.
How can it take you 10 years to find that? Blimey.
Tutankhamun.
All right.
It's a bit to the left. No, your other left, idiot.
What planet did Clyde Tombaugh discover in 1930?
Oh, all of the words that I could put in there right now.
Change it to Acacia Avenue. That's the brain.
No, that's Iron Maiden. I'm trying to remember which album that's on.
But change it to Acacia Avenue.
22 Acacia Avenue is on
That's
an
where
Iron
Mr.
Maiden.
Ben lives, is it not? Or that's where the shop.
No,
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember who lived at 22 the Avenue. To the
Susan Boyle.
Avenue. That's
None of the
place
questions will be Fleetwood Mac or Susan Boyle.
Let me see if I've got it digitally.
Point and
Never say
Laugh
never.
and Alan are both correct. It was Pluto.
Okay. That was on Number of the Beast.
That's what I
1982.
said, Number of the Beast.
Yeah, Number of the Beast. Who lived
What,
at
Susan
22
Boyle?
though? Oh, what was she called? She was a prostitute, wasn't she? Can't
David Eagle
remember.
has Charlotte the Harlot.
Charlotte the Harlot. That's it. Thank you. Charlotte the Harlot.
Some of them are so easy. I wouldn't
I'll
ask
have
that
to listen to some Maiden later now.
That would upset Farmer's Boy. I'm not reading that one.
Why would it upset me?
What is the correct term of address to the Pope?
Oi, wanker! Oi, bloke in the skirt.
Okay, broccoli belongs to what family of plants?
Weed.
Yeah. I just wanted
In
to.
the court case I did, it was weed.
It's definitely weed.
Oh, that's all right.
I'm going to take that answer, but it's not what's written down, but it's the same. And you're right, Point and Laugh, it's His Holiness.
Not in my book, it ain't.
Not in my book either.
Twat in the hat.
We can make them holy if we want.
Yes, we have Sable Eagle with brassica and Alan Evans with brassica. It actually said cabbage, but
that's because
All you
cabbage
need
is a
is a five-legged
brassica as well.
horse, mate.
Yep.
Well, all you need to make the Pope holy is a 5-legged horse and a fire poker.
Who designed the first iron ship, the Great Britain, in 1845?
Oh, Jesus.
Probably is that old. Who knows?
I don't think I know the answer to any of the questions you've done apart from the motocross one.
Yeah, I've hardly ever done any of it.
That's so easy. Come on.
David Hasselhoff.
Hang on, I'm just going to read back some more.
Oh,
We'll just look
hi,
at some more.
Jared.
Hi, Jared.
Ping Pong Dong's Chinese trade
Hey, Jared.
minister.
We have the correct
Casa.
answer in here. And we have the correct answer out there.
Be morning,
Fred
Jared,
Martin
then, by the look of it.
Brunel. Well done, Alan and Fred. I think one more, Terry.
Yeah, we'll squeeze one more in.
Yeah,
Make
one
this
more.
one the last.
One more. Okay. What did mathematician John Napier invent in 1614?
John who?
Oh, yeah, I've heard that
Napier.
name. Oh, shit.
Hang on, I missed it. Hang on. One more time.
Napier, a Scottish man.
Napier.
And
John
I'll never
Napier.
forgive him.
John Napier.
He has a university in Edinburgh.
John Napier. Napier. John.
You should know this
John
without
Stark.
Googling.
John. Huh?
You should know this without Googling. I've been out of school nearly 40 years and I knew it.
I don't know. I'm only guessing. Copying
Is
someone
it
else.
to do with maths? Yeah.
Yeah,
If
he's
it's,
a mathematician.
Mathematician.
I don't know anything about
Okay.
maths.
And we have a correct answer from Irish Stuart, logarithms.
I don't even know my times table.
Alan Evans, logarithms.
I remember them, but I can't remember what they did.
Okay, I think that'll be me done then, Terry.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
thank you very much.
Okay, add your scores up. So, who was out
Mine's
there?
87.
It's a shame there was no Fleetwood Mac and Susan Boyle on there, but
How did
I
Dora go
wish for it
tonight?
next time.
I'll try and find stuff for next time.
Or
I
Sable
told you there
Eagle
wouldn't be
was
anything
first.
tonight.
Sable Eagle tonight? I don't think Dora
It definitely
was...
Sable Eagle. Yeah.
Me and Farms had a bit of a ding dong there.
We did. I got 34.
I wasn't counting.
Oh, well, there you go.
minus 87.
I was keeping a tally.
All
just
you
out
got to
of
do is scratch it on a bit of paper and mark it somehow.
That's all I do. I've got a scratch pad in. I'll just keep a tally.
Yeah, the number of times you're right or the number of times you're the first one to be right.
No, the number of times I was right. I don't count the number of times I was first to be right.
Hmm.
That's just a bit of fun, trying to see who can type the quickest. Clack, clack, clack.
I suppose it's for me. It's the type of questions that get asked that the general knowledge is.
It's the ones where you know the answer, but you just can't dredge it up quickly.
Yep.
You know.
The old, I've heard this one. I should know this.
No, it's like Doc Savage. I remember as a kid watching that TV series, and it was crap. But I could picture it. I could picture him, the gang, everything, and I knew it was based on an old comic book from way back when. I think when sort of Marvel and that were getting well known. So it's probably dates from the 40s or the 50s, I think. But do you think I can remember the name Doc Savage? No.
Well, at least some of you have a clue. I kind of just see you going, oh, I don't know. I don't remember.
Finchy, I'm in the same boat as you. I didn't know a lot of the questions.
You think, Finchy, the advantage most of us have got over you is we're a damn sight older than you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've had time
Just by a couple of years.
Useless information.
I got cars older than you, Finchy.
Finchy, if it makes you feel any better, I only got about 5 or 6 right.
I got socks older than Finchy.
I got 2 right there and nobody even noticed.
Oh. That's because you got silly.
Give yourself a pat on the back.
Doc Savage first appeared in the Doc Savage magazine in March 1933.
Australian car manufacturing.
That's one of the ones I got right. Doc Savage.
Genius level intellect, peak physical and mental conditioning, a skilled scientist, surgeon, inventor, detective, athlete, and martial artist with photographic memory and a master of disguise. So he wasn't quite a superhero, but he was like, like an uber human. So he was strong and skilled and clever, but without being, like a Marvel superhero or anything. They did a shitload TV series about it. I'm sure they did.
I reckon we should do carpentry questions.
No, it should all be car questions.
Well, yeah, car, carpentry, yeah, stuff like that.
Cooking.
Hey, Terry, I just realised my suit's older than Finchy.
Okay, then, Terry, who was the lead? Okay, then, Terry, who was the lead singer of the Carpenters?
Karen someone.
Susan Boyle.
Karen Carpenter.
I don't know, but she's on a train somewhere to Morningtown or something.
Name a famous carpenter from Israel.
Avi. My cousin Avi.
Jesus, I don't know.
Muhammad Ali.
Avi! Shut up and sit down, you big bald. Oh no, he wasn't a carpenter, he was a jeweler. Yeah.
It was the bloke who built a big boat.
Oh, we've already had that. That was Isambard Kingdom Brunel. He built a big boat.
Out of iron.
Yeah.
Boat man.
Because if you tried to build the ark to the dimensions given out of wood, it would have broken too. But, you know.
That Bog said knitting.
I think, didn't they have problems with the parabola as well, because they were only using like 3 instead of a pi?
Oh, that's right, yeah, because they didn't get pi right, did they?
No.
Well, pi is 3 to a very low to a very low number of
significant digits.
That was the word I was looking for, Paul.
Look,
thank you. Yeah,
and
to a
give
very
pi-
low number of significant digits.
You
3
can give
is pi.
precisely and accurately using only 3 figures. It's 22/7.
Now that's still an approximation.
No,
That
it's
isn't
22/7.
exact.
That's
It's not
pi.
exact. It's not. That's not exact. 22/7 diverges from pi at some point. Not that far in. I think it's only sort of 20 or 30 digits in. It starts to diverge.
So if I wanted to use any of that, I'd need to use my toes, my fingers,
Yeah,
and my teeth to figure it out.
Never had to use my teeth.
And my tongue. And my eyelids.
So, what's next, Terry?
We'll just finish off with a couple of videos.
No
Nice.
Irish stew. I don't like dags.
Have we got a story?
No.
No? Okay.
Not a new one.
They was
Well,
slow.
yes, but it's like 9 minutes long, so no.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to bounce now, but I'll see everyone around.
See you, Finchy.
Bye,
Yeah.
Finchy.
Yeah, no, Finchy.
Thank
Don't
you
hit
for
the
the
roof.
added humour.
It's about all I can give when it comes to this trivia.
And one day, the answer will indeed be Fleetwood Mac.
Or Susan
Or
Boyle.
Susan Boyle.
Oh,
Susan
Susan
Boyle.
Boyle.
Hey, no, you know what the problem will be?
Or
It
David
will-
Hasselhoff.
It will be Fleetwood Mac, and he'll answer Suzanne Boyle.
Well, I've got a question. Which Britain's Got Talent winner lived about 23 miles away from me?
Susan
Peter
Boyle.
Green. Who's in
Susan
Fleetwood Mac.
Boyle.
Fleetwood Mac.
No, Susan Boyle. Sorry,
Susan
it was-
Boyle. You should have got that one right, Finchy.
Oh dear. All right. Well, I'm just going to fade into the distance, but I'll be here listening. So that,
Yeah, we'll be over in Discord in a little while.
okay. I'll have my ears in here, and then when you end it, I'll disconnect while I'm probably sleeping. So, yeah. Farewell.
I'll try not to wake
See you
you up.
later, mate.
Bye.
Bye.
Mm.
We won't bother doing voting. I'll just play this minute bit of Dimensions of a Flat Earth. Red's put it out. It looks like it's.
Oh, yeah.
It's a snippet.
It's funny.
It's funny.
It's a snippet of. It's disclaimer. It's a flat. It looks like Fight the Flat Earth hangout.
Yeah, and the hip hop hippie.
Oh, yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch
If it's
it.
funny, I'm trying not to give it away by just speaking in a monotone type voice. So
It's worth watching.
Oh, I think we've done that one.
Oh, that's the Holden.
Yeah.
where?
All half of it.
What we see is we're seeing your
Internally.
OBS and everything.
You got your screen up, Terry. Your whole screen.
Oh, how do I do that?
I don't
You
know.
should probably hit share screen instead of share window.
Who's in that
Oh.
picture, Terry?
It's all right. It was only in us, not outside.
I could always read a short story instead of a video.
Yeah, you could. That's a possibility.
Find a silly one. Not a rude one.
Right, that's the video. We're right now.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I thought you did press
Press,
play.
press play, please.
Yeah, this is the part where I
Would you like
say
your cursor over?
basic trigonometry.
Basic trigonometry. And he even actually assumed a flat Earth for it, Hibble Pippy.
Yep.
Just to make sure you guys couldn't go, oh, we assumed a globe.
How can he assume a flat Earth when he doesn't even know the dimensions on the flat Earth?
A flat Earth would be flat, you fucking retard. Fuck. Right, Hibble Pippy, I've got a very serious question, right? A very, very serious question. Do you have a brain injury? Like, I'm not fucking kidding. Do you actually have something physically wrong with you? Because that was some of the dumbest shit I have ever fucking heard.
That was fucking great.
How did you survive a lobotomy?
Oh, God.
Nice.
What was his exact words again? You'll have to get a quote for that.
Just play it again, Terry. It's short enough.
It's only a minute
Hang on,
long.
this is the part where I say basic trigonometry.
Basic trigonometry. And he even actually assumed a flat Earth for it, Hibble Pippy.
Yep.
Just to make sure you guys couldn't go, oh, we assumed a globe.
How can he assume a flat Earth when he doesn't even know the dimensions on the flat Earth?
A flat Earth would be flat, you fucking retard.
I can't understand the context that he's saying it in. That's what gets me.
So I believe it was about the situation where Reds and Astronomy Live did the parallax error with the ISS, Terry.
On the moon.
Yeah, on the moon. So when they did their calculations, they actually did one lot of the calculations assuming that it was a flat Earth.
And you don't need to know how big the moon is physically or how far away it is physically. All you need to know is its angular size. And they measured it.
Mm.
This one's probably half and half, as in serious and reality, so to speak, but it's from Isaac, so see what Isaac's take. We'll see
bit of Isaac's always good, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll see what Isaac's take is on this situation that's unfolding. Well, unfolding in the middle of whatever, however you want to put it.
Salt Lake City PD Rescue is just arriving here on the scene, also with a unit. They opened fire. Look at them. They're aiming their fire now. They're working towards us.
How do you even possibly cover a topic like this? Maybe I shouldn't, and I almost didn't. I had a lot of people saying to me in my inner circle, hey, listen, you probably shouldn't cover that because people will come out and attack you and people will say you're a horrible piece of shit and you're racist and all these type of things. And I understand where they are coming from, but also, and as a lot of other people said, this is my job to weigh up the different sides of the argument and somehow try to come to a conclusion. Now, in this case, I don't think there is a conclusion that can be met because it is so nuanced. There are so many different arguments and so many different sides of the story. It is impossible to run one line of thinking and come to a conclusion. But I will do my best. Also, I waited a week to post this. If I was a proper YouTuber, I would have pounced on it immediately and put up a video 7 days ago. That would have helped me with the algorithm and got more views and all that bullshit, but I wouldn't have had the full story. And maybe even now I don't have the full story, but at least I've given it 7 days to grow, and these are the facts that we know now. It was important not to rush this story. We needed to give it justice because this is what this entire thing is about. Justice. This started on the 25th of May 2020 when the police in Minneapolis were called to a location, East 38th Street and Chicago Avenue. They were called there around 8 p.m. They had an interaction with a man by the name of George Floyd. After this interaction, they took him across the road to their patrol car. A struggle then ensued and George Floyd was pinned to the ground by several officers, including Derek Chauvin, who for some reason had his knee deeply embedded into George Floyd's neck. Now in Jiu-Jitsu, there's a position called knee on belly, and basically what that is when you're on top of someone and you drive your knee and all your weight into their belly. Now this is a very uncomfortable position. People try to push it off, and that's when you have access to grab other arms, other limbs, and do other moves, because it is so uncomfortable. This is what this Derek Chauvin was doing to George Floyd's neck. He was putting as much pressure as possible on something, and I'm no medical expert, I think we very much know that, but from what I know about the neck, it is rather important for things like, I don't know, blood flow to the brain and for taking in oxygen as well, which leads us to George Floyd's last words and words that he muttered consistently throughout this 8.5-minute debacle: "I can't breathe." Now, I will say this. Police everywhere in the world have an impossible job. They are constantly facing threats, particularly in America, where every single car you go to pull over, every interaction, someone could have a gun, a semi-automatic weapon or an automatic weapon, and they could take you down. That is a serious problem. Imagine going to work every single day with the threat of death right there for you. That is terrifying. But it's also what they signed up for. And the police that were involved in the situation, the 4 cops, including Derek Chauvin, have been since arrested and charged, and rightfully so. The issue at hand was not assessed correctly by the police officers. Someone should have said something. Although I will say this, from what I can deduce from watching hours of police TV, like Cops and all that shit, if you are a police officer and you go into a situation where you don't know who's armed and you don't know what's going on, you usually back the other officers around you. They are the ones that you know that you can trust because you're a part of the same organization. And perhaps this is what happened here. I know one of the officers was only on the job for 4 days. Now, does he deserve to be charged because he didn't do anything to avoid the unnecessary death of George Floyd? Possibly.
Hold on.
But also, if you're 4 days onto a job, it's a tough thing to bring up when you've got other people outranking you. Like, that's not an excuse for this dude at all. I'm just saying that it's a...
I think Jared would like to speak.
There was, I believe there was 2, maybe more officers that were new to the job. One had only done 3 shifts. One was his first day, and it's possible another one was on his 4th day on the job. So there were a lot of new cops at that scene as well. It wasn't just one. Go on.
Very tough situation to work out who is directly at fault here. I've also seen the maneuver where the police officer will drop their knee into the back of a downed adversary. Now, it's not usually in the neck. That's quite obvious, and I don't know if that is the way that you are trained to do that, but I would assume if you're going to pin someone down, you put their knee into the back of their back or their upper back rather than their neck. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to stop there. Are you trying to stop their head from moving? If you're trying to stop them from getting up, you just drop it into their back, which is much safer. Regardless, after a few minutes, George Floyd slipped into unconsciousness. The crowd that's forming now reacts to the situation. Unrest ensues. One of the police officers checks for a pulse, finds none, and then calls for an ambulance. Now, at this point, something absolutely incredibly just madness ensues where Derek Chauvin, the main dude at this crisis, doesn't take his knee off the dude's neck when he is unconscious. It is just unimaginable to me that you would have someone beneath you who is unconscious and you do not let the pressure off his vital airway or the vital blood flow to the neck. But also, I don't know what it's like being a cop. That's the thing here. I'd love to know from police officers what you think about the situation in the comment sections below. Remain anonymous and all that type of business, but I just want to know what you think about this whole situation. The ambulance then arrives, and then 8.5 minutes after Derek Chauvin's knee was impressed upon George Floyd's neck and blood flow was halted, stopped, he was taken by ambulance, and then an hour later he was declared dead because the police were called over an alleged counterfeit $20 bill. A $20 bill. That's what started all of this.
The first thing they teach you in the police academy when you do DTs is like, if you get someone on the ground, you got them in handcuffs, if you need to hold them down, they're acting a fool, it's cool to put your knee on their shoulder, lower back, hold them down like that. Sometimes the knee might slip onto the neck, but you don't keep it there. That's how you kill somebody in custody and suffer a lawsuit, and then you have riots.
After enormous publicity and virality online, all of the officers were arrested, charged, and Derek Chauvin, the dude at the center of this scandal, was charged first with third-degree murder and now with second-degree murder. Now, second-degree murder meaning a murder that is committed without premeditation but with some intent. The death of Floyd was absolutely horrible. It should not have happened at all. It was gross misconduct upon the police. Then it was very similar to the 2014 death of Eric Garner. Now, if you don't remember that, he was choked by the police and died from compression of the neck in a chokehold, compression of the chest, and prone positioning during physical restraint by the police. Why? Because Eric Garner was selling cigarettes without tax stamps. Now, I know that police officers have to restrain people at certain times. I've seen fucking idiots dealing with the police. Fucking absolute turds that need to be taken down. But where do you draw the line? Where is the line between a proper arrest and something that is overstepping the mark? Now, here's the big question. Would George Floyd or Eric Garner be treated by the police in this way if they were white? Many people would say no because the police are racist. I would say potentially, and it depends. The police as a whole are not racist. That is absolutely insane to say that a whole group of people, there are 800,000 police officers in the United States, to say they are all racist is ridiculous. But racism no doubt exists amongst the ranks, and that is reprehensible. And hopefully over the last week, the events that have transpired will address that. That is everyone's hope. But something that people do not want to talk about, and it is not in the narrative at all, is that white people also die in custody. This happens all the time. Tony Timper was suffocated by the police in a very similar fashion to George Floyd. He even screamed, "You're going to kill me," and they did. During the video, and I'll play a little bit of it, they joked around, and it's fucked up to see.
Tony! Tony! Back to school! Wake up! I don't want to go to school, Mom!
There was also this tweet, and the sources backed it up from the FBI. For every 10,000 black people arrested for violent crime, 3 are killed, and for every 10,000 white people arrested for violent crime, 4 are killed. Now, this goes against the whole narrative. This isn't saying that racism doesn't exist. It's just saying that police make mistakes, regardless of your skin colour. And this doesn't get reported at all. A black police officer killed a white Australian woman. He shot her in the chest and killed her. She was barefoot and unarmed. Now, this isn't saying that he was racist against white people. It's saying that he made a mistake. He ended up taking her life and he was sentenced to prison time, I think 12.5 years. This constant conversation about racism has raised so many questions. Why is racism still a thing? Well, tribalism, passed down through long dead ancestors, where wars were waged between different tribes and strangers were people who arrived on each other's shores of different colours. They looked different. That's what separated people back in the day. And I think it's this tribalism that for some people seeps through. I remember a video about the best of cops, the best of the TV show, the best takedowns it was called, and a large fat woman, or large fat white woman, was running with a huge butcher's knife, and the police officer tackled her, and during that fury, if that's even a word, the knife ended up right in her guts, this huge butcher's knife. The reason I bring that up is to show you that a lot of the time, police officers make split-second decisions, and that's not what happened in George Floyd's case, but they do make split-second decisions, and they come out of it looking horrible, and there's horrible consequences, but that is also part of the job. Once again, it is an impossible job. Police officers are humans, and that must be recognised. After Floyd's death went viral, protesters hit the streets. And possibly rightfully so. The world at large saw a great injustice. One of the things that crossed my mind when I first heard about George Floyd's death was, surely this isn't all caused by racism. And that may be a mistake on my part. For me, I don't have this thought about, okay, this guy is a black guy or an Asian guy or whatever, and I must treat him differently or her differently. I don't have that within myself. But for me to think that other people don't have that is just silly. It is just not real. And I also came to the conclusion that perhaps I am like that more and more because of the social justice we have seen in the past few years. With so many people coming out and suggesting that racism is around every single corner, and so is sexism and all that type of business that the social justice warriors push in this boy who cried wolf scenario, when that happens so much, all of a sudden, when real racism is staring you in the face, you refuse to look at it. And that is something that we must be very, very careful of, that we don't go down that slippery slope. Having introspection on your own thoughts and beliefs is so fucking important. You need to constantly address what you believe and what you see and educate yourself on different matters. For over a week now in America, the streets have been flooded with people sick of systemic racism. And it does. It exists in America, exists in Australia, within government and non-government organisations. For example, in America, for a number of years, black people couldn't get home loans in white neighbourhoods. That is fucked up, but that is the truth. People protesting is wonderful. If you see injustice in the world, if you want change, then be the change you want in the world. Demonstrate. Be vocal. Change the bad ideas with the most powerful weapon that you have. But that's not what we're seeing. We constantly see these peaceful protests turn into these violent rallies, these violent riots that are rife throughout the streets in America right now. These riots have turned cities that were only a few days ago socially distanced metropolises into war zones. Now, is this the fault of the Black Lives Matter movement? A lot of people have been saying yes, but I don't know if it is, because a lot of these provocateurs in the protests that have turned them into riots have actually been white people. Now, these white people have been seen wearing masks, hiding themselves, and a lot of them come from groups like Antifa. Now, Antifa is now a terrorist organisation, which I think is a great thing, and you might think to yourself, hang on, Antifa means anti-fascist. Well, they have moved the goalpost on what happens to be fascist. Anyone who disagrees with anything that Antifa says is now a fascist, and that is a slippery fucking slope. Now, these guys have been walking into these protests. We've seen guys breaking up concrete on the side of the road, throwing rocks, Molotov cocktails, full-on shit, all right? And that is why they have been declared a terrorist group, because they're not good people, they are violent people. At the end of the day, violence solves absolutely nothing. These protests for equality, based on the amount of melanin that is contained within your skin cells, will now be forever remembered for its widespread, malevolent violence. Violence is evil. Violence is a recipe for segregation and destruction at our social core. In fact, it was Martin Luther King, and people have been quoting him for the last week non-stop, but he also said this: the ultimate weakness of violence is that it is a descending spiral, begetting the very thing it seeks to destroy. Instead of diminishing evil, it multiplies it. Through violence, you may murder the liar, but you cannot murder the lie, nor establish the truth. Through violence, you murder the hater, but you do not murder hate. In fact, violence merely increases hate. Returning violence for violence multiplies violence, adding deeper darkness to a night already devoid of stars. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. And I think that's what we need here. We need a lot more love, because we've seen so many people bashed, attacked, run over, mauled, ambushed, pepper sprayed, pushed, bombarded, struck, assaulted, and murdered from this. People are dying, and they are being just having their lives ruined because of all of this, whether it's financially or physically. Buildings defaced, buildings smashed to pieces, police stations reduced to ash, cars written off, shopping centres looted, which is nothing short of theft. This whole looting shit is ridiculous. People benefiting from a crisis with new shoes is disgusting. To put it plainly, fighting racism with copping a brand new Louis Vuitton fucking bum bag is gross. One of the grossest things that I saw out of all of this is YouTuber Jake Paul looting, going around smashing a car, running around with a fucking bottle of vodka, being an absolute turd. Now let's just take a quick breath for a second and have a bit of a laugh, because we've got here the second grossest thing that I've seen was a TikToker comparing veganism to the Black Lives Matter movement, and Philip DeFranco covered it perfectly. This is absolutely fucking amazing.
I feel like this needs to be said, and I really wish more people would connect these two dots, but Black Lives Matter and animal lives matter. Literally all sentient beings on this planet deserve a life free from fear. So stop killing black people and stop killing animals.
Could you imagine being that retarded? Well, if you can't, then imagine these poor little white ladies who have been trying to show their virtue signaling by following the Black Lives Matter movement, and someone has trolled them on 4chan, convincing them to shave their fucking heads to support the movement. Absolutely amazing. Social media's reaction to all of this has been both ridiculous and important. We have seen images from everything from togetherness to white people bowing to black people in some weird religion, to showing off police brutality, to the brutality from the black, white, and every protester in between. Some have been throwing Molotov cocktails, which is just insanity. People have been burning down people's businesses, both black and white people's business, and every other faction of society. People smashing people's windows in their houses while they're in there. I saw one guy giving the thumbs up playing a game of beer pong, and the windows just smashed. This is a crazy situation to have in your neighborhood. Horrifyingly, a former police captain who happened to be a black officer was shot dead trying to stop looters. What is absolutely hilarious about all of this is if you were on Instagram and you didn't post about it, then that made you automatically racist. Even though the Black Lives Matter movement found out the next day that posting black squares on your Instagram was actually a terrible idea because it was pushing down in the algorithm their important messages and showing some of the good things that was actually happening. And there are good things that was happening. It wasn't all negative. Like, there was a lot of great things that happened because of these protests. People were coming together. But I think the media, as we all know, will only show the terrible things. But here's the worst thing that can come from this whole situation is racial tension. It's almost a civil war in places across the world right now. There are protests, violent protests, riots through the streets of not only almost 50 different states in America, but also in Paris and the UK, and there's ones happening in Australia as well. This is dangerous because it's putting white against black, and division is just so bad. It's so bad for society. The one thing that fucking pisses me off the most is that there are people out there that actually give a shit if you're black, or if you're white, or if you're Asian, or any of that shit. Who gives a fuck where someone comes from or where their ancestors come from? Who gives a fuck? Honestly, this is ridiculous. I hate that I get lumped in with all these racist people and all that shit, because that's genuinely not who I am. Like, I get lumped in with that shit. I get called a fascist, all that shit, for just because I speak out against social justice warriors and those fucking idiots. That's not who I am. I want to see everybody happy. I will call it how I see it, and I'm sure there's people who hate this video because I was not negative enough against Black Lives Matter, and there'll be people here who are unhappy with the video because I was too pro-white, and fuck all of you. Protesting and rioting in the streets is not the best way to get an outcome that you want. But also, ignoring it is not the best way to get an outcome you want. We shouldn't be fighting. We should be coming together as a people. Right now, we're fighting some fucking disease that's killing people. And there might be a world war coming up. Who fucking knows? Shit usually comes in threes. People are talking about an asteroid coming through. And I'm freaking the fuck out. But I wanted to end this video on a positive note. And I wanted to show you all this. But before I do, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, leave it a like and make sure you subscribe. But this is the best way to end this video. Everybody love everybody. Let's all fucking hug it out when this stupid fucking pandemic is over.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you say to that?
Well,
Nothing
poor
that he
Isaac
didn't
tried to
say.
squeeze as much as he could out because he's been waiting. He could, yes, you could wait a bit longer to see what more of the outcomes could be, but in the middle of what's going on, well, it's a bit of like a refresher and an up-to-date analysis of what's happening and his point of view of what's going on.
Like far as it from me to comment on what's going on in America, but
Oh, go ahead. Everybody else does.
I'll just say from my point of view, it doesn't seem right. You know, it's easy for me to turn around and say, yeah, follow the law and all of that, but you know, shit, accidents happen. Some idiots do wear badges, you know, but
yeah, they do. Unfortunately, there's no litmus test for idiocy.
One of the things I learned only recently is a lot of the, I don't know if all of them are, but some of the police forces in America are using the same rules or training or whatever that goes back years, sort of thing. That's never been updated or whatever. So it's either a type of thinking or a thing that's instilled into their training or something. I don't know.
I know what you mean.
Oh.
I think there's one common factor anytime one of these situations occurs, and it's never that some guy who's cooperating with the police gets thrown to the ground and ends up dead as a result of it. In every case that I'm aware of, there was a foot chase or a fight or something like that involved in it.
Was there a video of him actually resisting arrest or anything like that? Any footage when they showed what they showed?
I didn't see it, but that was my understanding. I mean, they were after him for something or the other. I forgot what it was now. But if you don't cause the police any grief, I don't think it would be very rare that the police would just decide to do something like that to somebody.
They said
I hope so.
They said he had a $20 counterfeit note. That's why they stopped him.
Yeah.
yeah, but I believe when he actually got pulled over, he didn't want to get out of the car or anything along those lines. He didn't cooperate with the police with their preliminary investigation or anything along those lines. So,
So is that the disrespect of the individual in America, that they don't respect the authority of police or anyone in authority? Is that a majority of thinking in America?
I don't think it's a majority of thinking by a long shot. I think the vast majority of us would know better than to do anything other than cooperate with a lawful order of a police officer. Now, if he's telling me to do something illegal, I'm not going to do it. But
When's the last
when
time
they tell you to get out?
Sorry, Blue.
When they tell you to get out of the car, get out of the damn car. Get out of the car.
But is that a requirement every time you get pulled over in America to have to get out of your vehicle?
No.
When was the last time you got pulled over by the police for any a random breathalyzer? We call it a breathalyzer here. Sometimes you can just get pulled over for a random breathalyzer.
I didn't get not been pulled over for that. The last time I got pulled over was for exceeding the speed limit. No, I take that back. The last time I got pulled over was because my vehicle tag was expired.
Oh, that's a no-no.
Well, it's really it may be there. Here it's sort of a wrist slap. You get a little sticker that once a year, you got to put the current year sticker on there. It said your tag will say what month or what year.
Like a road tax here.
I'm sorry. It says what month. And each year you get a new year sticker to go on the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I had just forgotten about it. And actually, they can write you they can give you a citation for that. But all the guy did to me was say, "Hey, buddy, your tag's expired." And I said, "Oh shit, no, I didn't." And he said, "Well, how about taking care of that today?" And I said, "Oh yeah, I'll head down there right now."
Yeah. And it's the people that would have got pulled over that would have either been cheeky to him or saying I'm travelling and all this sort of crap that was the ones that caused the trouble.
Yeah, exactly. That guy's just doing a job. Cooperate with him.
Yep.
He's got a job to do.
So one thing my father always instilled onto me is that, number one, they are just people doing a job. Yeah, they might be police officers, but they've got a job to do. Just let them do their job. And the thing that goes hand in hand with that, as they have a job to do, politeness is the utmost key ingredient here, because if the officer comes up to your window, you wind it down, and you turn around, "Hello, officer, how are you today? What have I done wrong?" Or you don't plead innocent that I've done nothing wrong. I'm only travelling and all that other crap that the sovereign citizens come out with. They've pulled you over for a reason. Be it a random license check, be it a random breathalyzer check. They've pulled you over to do their job. They probably don't want to be there doing this crap anyway, because they're sick of the abuse and everything else. So if you're polite and you've done nothing wrong, there's a good chance they'll just say, "Yeah, I noticed your rear tail lights out, so you want to sort that out as soon as possible." It's a bit of politeness, manners, and that gets you a long way in situations like that.
Absolutely. If you expect them to treat you with respect, it would be best if you treated them with respect.
I can remember more times out of being pulled over. For the times I've been pulled over, I got helped by the police more times than just being pulled over. Times I got pulled over, I might have got pulled over for a couple of things, but there was a few times that I actually got helped by the police for just little things.
Yeah, last time I got stopped was for speeding, and they did want me to go and sit in their car while they wrote the ticket. And I explained, well, I'd have to get my wheelchair out and I'd have a hell of a job getting in and out of their car. And they went, "Okay, then wait here and we'll come and do it."
Legally, you're not obliged to go and sit in their car with them. In fact, they advise that's the last thing you should do. You should stay in your car. There is no legal obligation for you to get out of the car unless they're arresting you.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't even have to open the door. You don't even have to open the bloody window to them.
I know. I was being cooperative because I knew I was speeding. Because it's a stretch of road into town. It used to be a 40-mile-an-hour limit, but they changed it to 30. And it's really easy to go over the speed limit because you've just come off the main road into town with a 60-mile-an-hour limit, and then it goes down to 30 miles an hour, and it's dual carriageway, and it's down quite a steep hill, and it's just so really easy to end up rolling over 30 mile an hour.
Yep.
Fred's saying his wife works with a guy who got pulled over, and they took him out of the car and searched him, but never said why.
Yeah, they're not allowed to do that either.
Specifically said a black guy.
Which country are you in, Fred?
I think Fred's in the US from some of the
Says
other
my wife
places.
works with a black guy.
So
I don't like saying it that way.
In Australia, now I'll give you the full story for this only because it's kind of become self-explanatory. I was coming home from the army depot. I had my uniform on, and I got pulled over by a police officer. he'd obviously been in one heck, or he'd obviously had one heck of a bad day. I don't know who he pulled over before me, but whoever it was really ticked him off. Because the first thing he asked, "You've got no hand grenades in the car, have you?" And he was straight-faced when he asked the question. And I said, are you joking or are you serious? You know, like, we don't even have them sitting in the depot. They're like in they're at the Central Armory, 200 kilometres away from here. Yeah, well, I think I better check your car. Now, legally speaking, you can sit on the side of the road for 2 hours for them to get a search warrant. Or you can submit to having them search the car. And I met him halfway. I opened my car to him, the boot, glove box, everything. And I turned around to him and said, everything you pull out, you put back. I don't have to. And I go, then don't touch the car.
Yeah.
And he goes, what do you mean? You can't stop me. I then pulled out my phone, took pictures of the state of the car. I go, unless you're going to go get a search warrant, I am submitting to your search. However, I do also know that I don't have to without a search warrant. But please put everything back. You're not going to drive off and leave everything on the side of the road. I've now taken pictures where everything is. And if you don't put everything back, I'll be going to court. He said, well, you're just wasting my time anyway, so you better get going. He was in a bad mood. And sometimes, it happens. Everyone has a bad day that's at work or whatever. But generally speaking, every single time that I've had anything to do with police officers, even when I was completely and utterly in the wrong, they've done everything by the book. He was a young constable that just had a bee in his bonnet. So look, it can go both ways, but what do? If you play their game, there's not a lot that they can do.
No.
And I think if you are at all worried in this day and age, well, everyone nowadays has got most people nowadays, excluding Terry, has got a mobile phone. Turn your camera on, record the bloody thing. They're not going to do anything in front of a camera that's illegal. If you're really worried, go live straight on YouTube. Record it straight onto YouTube. They can take your camera off you and crush your camera. It's still going to get recorded. There's ways around it to make sure that you're protected.
I did once get stopped on the way home from the shooting club, right in the middle of the town centre, just about throwing out time, because I hadn't put the lights on the car correctly and drove past the police officer, and it was just a mistake. So the police officer was like, "Okay, I'm going to breathalyze you," and he did say, "Can I have a look in the boot?" And I said, "Yeah, I don't mind, because in the UK they don't actually need a warrant to search the car." I said, but not here really, because I've got firearms in the boot. And I said, I'll happily come around the police station with you or wherever you want to do it, but not right in the bus station in the town centre at chucking out time. Especially when one of them looks like an AK-47.
Okay, we'll leave it there. We'll wrap this up. It's going to be an ongoing questions and answers and comments for this for a little while just yet. So everyone's got an opinion or an experience that they can put out, but we'll leave it there. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Farmer. Thanks, Gravity. Thanks, Pineapple. Oh, Professor Pineapple, sorry. Big Blue, Peter, Pip, and Finchy. Oh, Finchy's gone to bed. Good night, Finchy. Okay then. Later, Peanuts.
Later, peanuts.
Night, peanuts.
Later, paradise nuts.